Check 1 2. Testing audio. Check 1 2.
Check 1 2.
Good morning, Councillor Tour. Can we check your audio, please?
Good morning, mic check.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. We're going to begin. As we begin today's meeting, we would like to acknowledge that we are gathering here today on the traditional territories of the Mississaugas of the Credit, Haudenosaunee, and Wendat nations who have called this land home since time immemorial. We recognize the Mississaugas of the Credit as the original rights holders and the signatories of Treaty 19, the Adjutant's Purchase of 1818, and the agreements made therein that are foundational to our nation-to-nation relationship. As a city, we are committed to our ongoing role in reconciliation through meaningful action rooted in truth, justice, and respect. We are grateful to the original caretakers of this land who have ensured that we are able to work, play, and live in Brampton now and in the future. Good morning, and welcome to our meeting of Brampton's Committee of Council. I will ask the clerk to do the roll call.
Thank you, Chair Frasante. We have all members of council with us today in chambers, with Councillor Tour online and Deputy Mayor Singh joining shortly.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Approval of the agenda. Does any member wish to add a business item to today's meeting? Councillor Keenan.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, I'd like to add an in-camera item regarding Golden Age Village of the Elderly under Section 239(2)C of the Municipal Act, 2001, proposed or pending acquisition or deposition of land by the municipality or local board.
Thank you. Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, I'd like to add two items to the agenda. One, an in-camera matter about an identifiable individual. I've spoken with the city solicitor to get the thumbs up for that. The other one is a motion that I'd like to present next week, but I wanted to at least have the discussion just on gas pricing and how it relates to city business.
Thank you very much, Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Tour.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, just a request actually to vary the agenda order. There is one delegation that is a delegation for a staff presentation from Economic Development. If I could have the staff presentation and then follow that with the delegation at the appropriate time in the agenda, that's just my only request on that.
Thank you very much. See no other speakers. I'd like to also add a discussion item in regards to the Santa Claus Parade, and also request that the clerk's office add to today's agenda correspondence received by all members of this committee from the Santa Claus Parade. Thank you. So I'll ask the clerk to summarize the additions. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Chair Frasante, the following items have been added to the agenda. Discussion item 9.3.2, Santa Claus Parade, and correspondence for 12.4.1 from Scott Ching regarding the Santa Claus Parade. Councillor Keenan has added 15.8, Golden Age Village for the Elderly, long-term care, long-term lease for affordable housing. Councillor Pleshy has added 15.9, a closed item about an identifiable individual. And Councillor Tour has requested that the agenda order be varied to bring forward presentation 11.1.1 prior to the delegation relating to that presentation. And we've added a discussion item for Councillor Pleshy regarding gas prices to give notice of a motion for our next agenda. And we have received information from the Indus Community Services that they have withdrawn their delegation, item 15.7.
Thank you very much. And if members of the committee will also indulge, we will be varying the order of the delegations later on for Kathleen McDermott and Mike Argos to the last position on the delegation list. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan to approve the agenda as amended. All in favor? That carries. Does any member have a declaration of pecuniary interest under the Municipal Conflict of Interest Act for any matter to be considered on today's agenda? Seeing none, I will ask the clerk to note for the meeting minutes. Committee, as part of our consent motion process, I will read each agenda item that is subject to the consent motion, and any member may verbally identify the item to be held for debate during the meeting. Any item not held for debate will be considered as part of the consent motion and voted on for approval. I'll start by reading the relevant agenda items, and members can identify any items to be held for debate. Item 7.1, staff update on government relation matters. I would like to have that held. Item 8.2.1, Staff Report, Budget Amendment, Developer Reimbursement for the Construction of Coolhurst Avenue, Plan 43M2164, Ward 6. That is in consent. Item 8.2.2, Staff Report, Budget Amendment, Developer Reimbursement for the Construction of the Pedestrian Trail and Bridge, Plan 43M2143 in Ward 8. That is in consent. Item 8.2.3, Staff Report, Budget Amendment and Request to begin procurement for Brampton City Hall Elevators Replacement, Ward 1. Held by Councillor Palashi. Item 8.2.4, Staff Report, Request to begin procurement, Office Furniture Supply, Delivery and Installation. That is in consent. Item 8.2.5, Staff Report, Request to begin procurement and budget amendment for Howden Recreation Center and Library, held by Councillor Keenan. Item 8.2.6, Staff Report, Special Event Road Closures. Canada celebrates the FIFA World Cup 2026 Community Activation in Wards 1 and 3. That is in consent. Item 8.2.7, Staff Report, Amendments to the Site Alteration Bylaw. That is in consent. Item 8.3.1, the minutes of the Environment Advisory Committee for June 2nd, 2026. In consent. Item 8.3.2, the minutes of the Brampton School Traffic Safety Council for June 11, 2026. In consent. Item 9.2.1, a staff report, request to begin procurement, the Rose Theatre Stage Upgrade, Ward 1. That is in consent. Item 10.2.1, staff report, proposed amendments to business licensing and administrative penalties bylaw. In consent. Item 10.2.2, staff report for the residential rental licensing program, interim update, held by Councillor Santos. Item 10.3.1, the minutes of the Accessibility Advisory Committee for May 26, 2026. That is in consent. Item 11.1.1, the staff presentation for the Brampton Next results will be held for delegations. Item 12.2.1, a staff report recognizing and commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Legion. In consent. Item 12.2.2, staff report, development charges, financial administration updates. In consent. Item 12.2.3, staff report, annual asset management plan progress report for June 2026. That is in consent. Item 12.2.4, agreements executed by administrative authority for January 1 to March 31st, 2026. In consent. Item 12.2.5, staff report regarding enact the new procurement bylaw. In consent. Item 13.1, our referred matters list. That is in consent. And then for in-camera, we have 15.1, project update, Chris Gibson Recreation Center addition and renovation, Ward 1. That is in consent.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor Tour. Item 15.2, Gore Meadows and Rosalie Tennis Facilities leases, administrative update, Wards 1 and 10. That is in consent. Item 15.3, project update, Center for Innovation, Heritage Theatre, and City Lands, Wards 1 and 3. In consent.
Hold, please.
Held by Councillor Tour. Thank you. Item 15.4, Brampton Transit update. In consent. Item 15.5, agreement of purchase and sale for a countryside widening project in Ward 10. In consent. And 15.6, project update and funding request, Ward 4.
Hold.
Held by Councillor Keenan. And we've withdrawn 15.7, and we've added Golden Age Village for the elderly long-term lease for affordable housing. Which is 15.8, yes, thank you. And 15.9 will be dealt with. It's a matter added by Councillor Palashi regarding an identifiable individual. I'll ask the clerk to summarize the items to be included in the consent motion.
Through you, Chair Vasante, the following items will be included on the consent motion. 8.2.1, staff report budget amendment, developer reimbursement for the construction of Coolhurst Avenue. 8.2.2, staff report budget amendment, developer reimbursement for the construction of pedestrian trail and bridge. 8.2.4, staff report, request to begin procurement, office furniture, supply, delivery, and installation. 8.2.6, staff report, special event road closures. 8.2.7, staff report, amendments to site alteration bylaw. 8.3.1, minutes, environmental advisory committee. 8.3.2, minutes, Brampton School Traffic Safety Council. 9.2.1, staff report, request to begin procurement, the Rose Theatre stage upgrade. 10.2.1, staff report, proposed amendments to business licensing and administrative penalties bylaw. 10.3.1, minutes of the Accessibility Advisory Committee. 12.2.1, staff report recognizing and commemorating the 100th anniversary of the Royal Canadian Legion. 12.2.2, staff report, development charges, financial administration updates. 12.2.3, staff report, annual asset management plan progress report. 12.2.4, staff report, agreements executed by administrative authority. 12.2.5, staff report, enact the new procurement bylaw. 13.1, referred matters list. And in closed, 15.2, Gore Meadows and Rosalie Tennis Facilities leases. 15.4, Brampton Transit update. And 15.5, agreement of purchase and sale for Countryside Widening Project.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. I believe the city solicitor had something to add.
Actually, through you, Mr. Chair, I just wanted to add that identifiable individuals 239 sub 2 sub B, because normally I'm asked as to what section it's falling under. So,
Thank you very much for adding that. I see Councillor Barr on the board.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Through you, Mr. Chair, just want to hold 15.4.
15.4, the Brampton Transit update.
Thank you.
Now held by Councillor Barr. So noted by the clerk. I see no other additions, so I ask for a motion moved by Councillor Tour to approve our consent motion. All in favor? Any opposed? Then that carries. Next, members of the committee will move on to announcements, and we have one announcement today regarding Parkscapes 2026, Roots in the Park. This is sponsored by Regional Councillor Tour. Michael Vickers, our Executive Director of the Brampton Arts Organization, will be making the announcement. Michael. We'll ask Michael to come down and thank you for the greenery, Michael.
You're very welcome. Thank you very much. If I may, I'm going to pass the mic to our head of programming, Katie Belshaw.
Thank you, Katie.
And I have the artists with me behind me as well for today. Okay, good morning, Mayor and members of Council. My name is Katie Belshaw, Head of Programming with the Brampton Arts Organization. Thank you for the opportunity to celebrate the launch of Parkscapes 2026, a summer-long initiative that will bring free arts programming into Brampton Parks, some of the best in the country, across July and August. Parkscapes is about something simple but powerful, helping residents feel connected to their neighborhoods and to nature through arts, culture, and shared public spaces. Our theme for the year, Roots in the Park, explores movement, migration, pathways, and how communities come together through shared experiences. Across 4 parks, local Brampton artists, these folks behind me, and collectives will lead the public in free weekly hands-on programming, from sun printing workshops and nature journaling to dance, movement, and improv sessions for seniors. Next slide, please. In addition to our city support, we have secured support from the Ontario Trillium Foundation, the Toronto and Region Conservation Authority, and the Government of Canada's New Horizons for Seniors program, each helping us deliver accessible programming to residents while also providing paid professional opportunities and skill development for local artists. Our featured artists this year include Aditi Ganeev Sangwan, we have Anakshi Sinha, we have Manoya Magindrathagan, here we are, and we have Lal Button, and I have Sahil here representing Lal Button for us today, along with Sunny, who's working with Lal Button as well. So this exceptional group of local Brampton creatives are delivering world-class art experience into Brampton Parks for free. At the end of the summer, we will wrap up the season with a community celebration at Chinguacousy Park on August 27th from 6 to 8 p.m., and we would love to have you join us. Next slide, please. Brampton Parkscapes program trains and supports local artists, activates parks, improves resident health and well-being, strengthens neighborhood pride, creates safer and more connected public spaces, and gives meaningful engagement opportunities for the public. Residents tell us that these programs introduce them to new art and helps them feel seen, connected, and proud of where they live. As we look ahead, we are excited to explore how this program can continue for years to come and how it can be integrated into collaboration with Parks Department and other city teams into 2028. Thank you very much, and see you in our parks this summer.
Thank you very much for that presentation. Stay there, don't go anywhere. We have speakers. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the delegation. This is such a great program. I really love the fact that you're really activating, I guess, public spaces and bringing art to the community. I guess my simple question would be, is how can we help you get the message out? I think you do share it with our offices, so we'll sort of do that, you know, Councillor Keenan and myself, especially with some of the events at ours, we would love to support it in any way. So maybe if we can sort of meet with BOW and see how we can sort of coordinate to ensure we can get the community at least the awareness that this is happening and for them to understand how they can participate. I really love the seniors focus as well, our parks. I think in Brampton, we use our public spaces in our parks probably more than any other community I've witnessed, and they use it in different ways, and it's fantastic to introduce the art aspect. So I'm really excited about it, and Councillor Keenan and myself really would love to sort of meet offline and see how we can help communicate and promote it to our residents. So thank you so much.
Wonderful, thank you. Yes, we can certainly do that.
Thank you. Next, I have Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Always excited to see more arts and arts programming throughout the city of Brampton. Many years ago, before BOW was formed, it was ACEDA. And as one of the founders, founding board members of the organizations, in our strategic planning session, we talked about integrating arts into every aspect of infrastructure in the city of Brampton. And in fact, during that time, I also said a challenge to the commissioners: how do we take capital projects and integrate arts into our buildings, into our public works? And now we have the Streets for Streams program and various other aspects of arts being integrated. But this particular thing is exciting. And just a quick question, so is this the first time we're doing this, the Parkscapes Roots in the Park?
We did a small pilot last year, and the DT was a part of
Yes.
that. This year, I think we've tripled the offerings. We have 4 artists. Last year, we had 2. So the program is growing, and we'd love to see it continue as well.
So it was a success last time, and now it's expanding even more. And what I love about this is it's not just about murals. It's about other art forms and integrating art in other different forms into our parks and engaging the community to better understand how incredible our city is, particularly our green spaces. So congratulations. And I echo Councillor Medeiros' sentiment, and I would love to, I always love to promote and support the different initiatives from BOW and arts in the city of Brampton.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. Councillor Brock.
Thank you. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I just want to say thank you so much. I can recognize a lot of artists here have been working with, especially with Councillor Pleshy and I, with our town halls, whether it's, we had little workshops, but it's great to see that coming into our parks. My question is, how can residents sign up? How can they come get involved? I do see a lot of the parks, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 sessions, but how can residents be involved? I think that's the biggest thing for residents to be proud to be part of their parks.
Yes, we've just launched our registration today, so everything is available through Eventbrite. And we'll send a note out to all of your teams as well with the registration. We have flyers that are just being printed this week too. So those can all go out and will be distributed. We're working with the Cultural Services team and Experience Brampton to have flyers out at the farmers market each week. And each of these artists are doing some of their own engagement and push as well to local organizations. So we'll make sure you get the information and folks can sign up.
Excellent, great work.
Thank you very much, Councillor Barr. So I have a motion moved by Councillor Medeiros to receive the announcement. Is that needed, Madam Clerk? Not needed, but acceptable. Thank you. All in favor? That carries. So we'll now move on. Thank you so much. And we'll now move on to our delegations, and we do have a number of delegations today. First, we have possible delegations regarding notice of intention to amend the business licensing and administrative penalties bylaw in item 10.2.1. Madam Clerk, do we have any delegations?
Through your chair, we have no registered delegations for that item.
Thank you very much. And seeing none from the gallery, we'll move on to delegation from Prashant Panda, Brampton resident, regarding the Embleton Community Center development charges and allocation. Is Prashant here? He may be, yes, there he is. Thank you for being here, Prashant, to speak about the tremendous Embleton Community Center that residents are anticipating. Welcome.
Good morning, Chair and the member of council. Thank you for giving me the opportunity here. I did the delegation last month also, and from that meeting, we got some more questions. That's why I'm here to ask for those questions. I had the full presentation, but I think only this slide has been presented right now. I can go directly to the questions, or I can go through the slides, however you want. Sure. So we have been fighting for Embleton Community Center from 2018 onwards, and based on that, number of times we have met the council and mayor too for that purpose. It was supposed to start, we had the groundbreaking ceremony on December 9th, 2025, and this is 6 months now, nothing happened. And when I did the last delegation, there was a delay because of some permissions from, or agreement to be taken from the Mississauga of credit indigenous people, and because of the federal funding. My question is, as you see on this screen, this project was started in 2013, and I have seen 16.2 million was allocated for this project in 2013 and 14. And then after that, there was no activity until 2022. There was a number of times amounts were put in the budget, allocations were done, but nothing happened. What I noticed is there was budget allocations also all these years. I have a slide actually, if somebody wants to put that slide.
This is the only slide.
2, 3.
This is the slide we have.
Okay. So, based on the allocations, I was expecting it should have started long back. It never started. So my question is, the construction took almost 13 years, no activity. So whose responsibility is it for the cost increase of this project? 2013, 2026, still not done. And the second question is, there was when I got the DC charges as part of the FOI, Freedom of Interest request, I noticed that project number got changed. So I thought that may be the confusion part, why the project number 2 had changed. Maybe the amount which was allocated in 2013 is no more reflected in the new project because it's a new number. Third question, I'm seeing the surplus in the DC charges for recreation services. Last year it was 179, previous year 187, and almost every time it is more than 100 million. But we haven't seen any activity happening on the ground. What was the reason for that? We have been asking for expedition. I don't think fund is a problem. And as I said, during May delegation, I was informed that project was delayed due to approval requirements. That is specific for federal funding. We already have fund from the city treasurer. Why don't we start right now and then wait for that approval from the indigenous people later on? As it happens, we can always integrate that money into the project. And we understand from Mayor that there was no funding happen for this project from the development charges. But when I did the FOI, I see numbers against this project. So what is correct? Is the FOI correct or Mayor correct? I wanted to understand that problem. Thank you for me.
Thank you very much. I have speakers. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, welcome back to City Hall. I know we've had a few meetings about this, but just to let you know, when I got elected mayor, there was no plans, no funding, no resources for this. If it wasn't for Councillor Braun and Councillor Pleshy fighting for this, there'd be no rec center. And now we have the largest investment in city history and recreation happening because of their tremendous leadership. There's stuff on this screen that's simply wrong, and I think just since you're here in public, it's good to always correct the record, I see we have our community, I'm not sure who could speak to this, whether it would be community services or public works or corporate services on development charges that are collected and how the process flows. I know we answered those questions before under a previous delegation, but what staff member wants to explain the process? I see Bill.
Just a correction there. We've been waiting for the accounts department to get back to us for the last month, but nobody has yet. The delegation last month was by Prashant.
Oh, there's Mark. There's Mark, come on down. That's the person I was looking for.
Thank you, Mayor. We'll
Okay.
ask staff to address the questions. Thank you.
So, Mark, first question. We went to a meeting in a park a while ago, and there was residents under the impression that development charges were already fully collected for this, and we should have that money sitting in a reserve account. We know that's not the case. If you could explain that to the residents.
Yeah, thanks, Mayor, and through the chair to council. So we report on our DC reserves on a quarterly basis. And I had a chance to see the presentation you had, and you had the revenue, the spend, and then what the balance. The missing piece there was the commitments. So yes, we do have a balance as of, we presented our latest report on June 3rd, the Q1 2026 report, and we had in the Recreation Reserve $105 million, I believe, but there was also $180 million of commitments beyond that. So the reserve is negative by $180 million. So the city of Brampton is building in advance of receiving the revenue to the tune of 180. So we have not collected the funds yet. We're building in advance, assuming that the DCs will come in the future. So it is incorrect to say that we have collected or we have all the money. We don't. We're building in advance of receiving the funding.
And just to let you know, in the case of Embleton, because the province changed the rules on development charges, and before it used to be we get them at building permit, and now it's not till occupancy. And so this change means that to make this project happen, council had to take the unusual step of borrowing money to make this happen. So we've borrowed money to put a priority on this, which is unusual. But we did it to get this project moving. But any suggestion that this was approved and funded in the past is factually incorrect. Do you have any additional questions or? Yeah.
So, based on the presentation I have given, the slides and all, it shows up, like it doesn't tell me the amount already allocated under the reserve fund. It only shows me opening balance collected in this year and what is the closing balance. I got the information for 15 years from 2010, and that's why I found out like
those
in
are
2013.
that's not for Embleton?
No.
And for Embleton, we've had to borrow.
Yeah, but in 2013, there is an entry of Embleton Community Center in the reserve fund, specifically collected money for, spent for Embleton Community Center.
So Mark, if you want to explain
Please, Mark.
The planning grant, yeah.
So through the chair, in 2013, there was a project set up to purchase land. So land typically begins many years in advance of the project. So in 2013, we initiated a project to purchase the land. That was done in 2015. Once the land is purchased, the project is closed, that project. So the new project number is the design and then the construction, which started in 2022.
Yeah, and so the purchase of the land is separate than the actual funds you need to build what is the greatest recreation investment in a facility in the city.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Any further? No. Councillor Plush.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you very much for your delegations. We have been working on this for quite a long time. I, like you, was under the impression that monies were allocated, and I've asked the question previously. So I am a little bit confused as you are here today. I certainly knew that the land purchase back in 2000, I thought it was 14, but Mark corrected us, it's 15. I always connect those two together though. So like if I'm, about to build a house, then I take my land cost and then my house, and so I would consider that to be the same thing. Here at the city, obviously, we don't. It's separated a little bit, so I can see where the confusion is. From my understanding, you've put in a FOI request. You have some information on that request that you wanted to present here today, but we have a little bit of an issue with that because it went through freedom of information. My question, through you, Mr. Chair, to staff is, if somebody from the press grabs an FOI, and don't they publicize that information? So then why can't somebody come before us and publicize it? Is it the fact that they're, see if we can answer that question.
Through your chair to Councillor Palashi. We could publish the information and share it on screen if it was the corporate records that were given through the FOI process, but it's not the corporate records. It's information or charts created from bits and pieces of the records that were given.
Okay.
So it's.
Are you saying that the delegation's presentation has inaccuracies?
No, we can share it as long as it's not presented as corporate records. Is that, would you like to see?
No, I don't understand.
It's presented and included, given the impression that it's a corporate record received through an FOI. There's good information in it. I think the numbers came from FOI information.
Okay.
But these are not the corporate records.
Okay, so maybe what we could do then I know that it's not the clerk's responsibility to do this, but for this instance, maybe we can have a look at what that presentation is, separate what is the corporate side of things, and maybe rejig it so that when it comes to council next week, we can actually have the full picture of what is accurate.
And that's what we can do, Mr. Prashant. We can work with you to create the presentation that removes that impression that it's a corporate record and is clear that it's your information.
Sure, thank you.
With corporate
Again,
numbers.
yeah,
Does
when
that
I
help?
did the FOI, I thought it's a corporate information. I didn't thought it is bits and pieces. I requested a proper information, like, revenue collected, how much is spent against each project, and how much is the balance. This was my question, and based on that, whatever got, I thought it's a corporate information. I did not see the difference between
And
those.
thank you, Prashant. And I think I have some of this same questions. And, going back, I need to go back now and see, because I've asked the questions, and I think my responses that I've received in my head are a little bit different. So I need to make sure that I'm accurate, I'm correct in asking the questions that I already know the answers to.
One final thing for gentlemen, because he said there was already allocated money against each item in the DC, I wanted to ask, we have allocated funds in the budget every year starting 2018. 2018 was 4 million. 2019, it was hundreds of millions. And then all the years, if you see my presentation, there is a slide for that.
Do you know we're allocated from where to where?
So my understanding is that amount, it shows in the DC FOI I requested for, or in the budget documents on the city website, it says it's allocated from DC. I have sent the link also in that presentation.
Okay, we'll ask Mark to come back up and provide an explanation.
Yeah, thank you for the question. So we have full records of all of the budget approvals, and we can share that with you. Unfortunately, we've been trying to connect, but we had the wrong email address. So we're happy to meet and go through and show, there's nothing, we have all of the records of what we approved for Embleton, when it was approved. So we're happy to share all that. And when each approval has the funding source clearly indicated, Embleton is largely, I believe, 95% funded by development charges. So in all of those instances, when we're approving those budgets, whatever year it's happening, we're allocating development charges that we don't have, that we're going to get in the future to pay for that project.
Okay, so I'm glad that I see that there's been a conversation. It's funny how often I hear that there's an inaccurate email address, but maybe if we can send your information to our office and we'll get it to finance office, and then they'll send it, and that way there's no.
No,
I think
yesterday evening, somebody
email
reached
and
out.
I have their email, so.
Thank you. Yesterday evening, somebody reached out to me, so I'm in contact with them. Brad helped me out with connecting.
Okay, thank you, Prashant. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. Mayor Brown.
I forgot to mention, if you see the last point there about the Indigenous consultation, that's a requirement for the federal funding. And I believe that meeting just happened. I'm looking over to Commissioner Boyce or to Peter. Did that meeting actually happen under the?
Through the chair to the mayor, staff have met with the Indigenous community this week. That consultation process has commenced, and we're looking forward to starting construction once that process is completed.
Okay, so is it fair to say now that that process is essentially complete, we'll be looking at construction in the summer?
Through the chair to the mayor, that's correct. We anticipate construction starting by August or September at the latest. The sooner we can start, we will, once that process is completed.
Okay, I also want to thank Atul Jani because, we mentioned that with the provincial change, we don't have development charges until occupancy. And so the city had to go and borrow all this money to prioritize this project. That's not our wish. It was a provincial change. And because there wasn't funds for this, we had to not only borrow, but lobby. I went to Ottawa to meet with the Prime Minister and try to get them to be part of this project. But Atul took a delegation to see Sonia Sadu. And Atul, you're getting the residents to really say this is their priority, made a difference, because then Sonia pestered the Prime Minister as well and the Minister. So I just want to say thank you, because I think what you did got us federal support. So thank you, Atul, for stepping up. Thank you.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Brar.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. And on a good note, just want to say thank you for coming here. I know sometimes residents can be confused with the numbers, just with transparency. And I think it's important for you guys to come here to ask those questions, but also happy that Mark has been our finance expert right behind you, has been connecting with you. So hopefully after this, maybe if you have more questions, please reach out to him. And we want to make sure that you're getting all the answers that you need for Embleton. And looking at Peter, that we do have Embleton will be coming this summer, so we're excited, Councillor Pleshy and I, to see the construction start. That's it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Brar. So I'll ask you, Councillor Brar, to move motion of receipt of the delegation. All in favor? That carries. And next, we now move on to 6.3, delegations with regards to various enforcement-related concerns. And our first is from Michelle Gauthier. Michelle, please, welcome. You have 5 minutes. Welcome.
So, good morning, Council. Good morning, Chair. Good morning, Mayor Brown. As you mentioned, my name is Michelle, and by the way, thank you for pronouncing it correctly. It's very rare in Ontario with a French name. I'm familiar to you. I've been at the council before, as are many of the people that are here today to delegate. We're not friends. We didn't meet in a social occasion. We met in avenues like this, delegating. We have been at town halls together. And over the years, we've formed relationships and proud to be here today. My husband likes to call me his little troublemaker, lovingly. And I always try and remind him, it's not troublemaking, it's stepping forward and advocating for the community. It shows a passion for the people around us, and I think it's a very important thing to do. The problem isn't stepping forward and speaking. The problem is usually the reasons why a whole group of citizens choose to come together and stand in front of council to talk about things that are happening in their community, which is what brings me here today. I'm here to delegate about noise, and I'd like to start off by playing you one of the hundreds of videos that I have of my neighbors across the street. as I mentioned, hundreds. Our odyssey started in October of '23 when new tenants moved in the house across the street. Tenant owned a Dodge Charger, modified muffler, and we have gotten no peace since then. Tenants have changed, problem still persists. Not this Dodge Charger, another Dodge Charger, or another modified muffler. We did what the city expected us to do. We went across the street and tried to deal with the tenant directly without success. And then I started to follow the processes that the city has put in place, and that's where the system failed me. I put together 2 noise logs and sent them in, no response. I escalated, no response. I put in 30 reports with the police, no response. The community policing officer, no response. So I guess I did what most people would do. I sat down with my husband and talked about moving out of Brampton. We chose to stay because it's our home and we own it and we renovated it and we will go when it's good for our family and not because somebody forced us out. We then ended up putting $20,000 worth of our own money into our home to insulate the noise. Triple pane windows, we ripped down walls and put in noise insulation. And that's the only reason that we've been able to stay and keep our minds. I escalated it to Laura Johnston in January of 2025, no response. I escalated to Robert Higgs. He told me politely it wasn't his problem and that I should, quote, go find the noise hound in the local police force, whatever that is. Most people would give up. We have not. We believe that there's an opportunity to use this with enforcement, not through attrition. I eventually did get help because we have an excellent counselor, Counselor Keaton, who took an interest, and I'm very grateful to him. That solved a couple of the car problems, but not all of them over 2.5 years. We also have an excellent person in enforcement. His name is Gurpreet Desange, and I'm so grateful for him. He has also helped. However, this is luck. This isn't process, and that's the problem. The reality is the city is not equipped to deal with noise pollution, especially chronic and especially on private property. So here's my ask of this council. 1, get a better process. Get one that works and get one that can be scaled across the city. Please communicate that working process to everybody in the community so that people can get help. Fix the gaps between police and bylaw. Residents should not be turned from police to bylaw to police. It's not my problem, it's not my job, it's not my problem. And please involve residents like myself who live with this problem every day. I have a lot to offer. I would like to be collaborative with the city. I would really like to help, ask, and I'm happy to. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Michelle. I do have speakers. Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, and to you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Michelle, for coming in. It's a joy to have you because you never give up, which I love because it's residents like you that makes our community better.
Thank you.
You know, some of the stuff you said today is probably the first time I've heard it, even though we're in quite contact quite frequently. And I know we've taken measures. We've came out with bylaw with Peel Regional Police, knocked on the door ourselves to try to resolve this issue.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
But we talk about the process and the lack of process from the city of Brampton or what that process is. Do you have anything that you could tell us today that may help more? Or do you feel that that is a group getting together with bylaw to create a new process? Is that what the ask is?
I would invite the council to consider that what's currently in place is not working, and I think I'm a great example of that. And I would invite the council to consider getting together police who have a hand to play in this, bylaw who have a hand to play in this, and residents like myself, and put together a working council to just talk through what are these issues, where do we find them, and what's the best, easiest, and more importantly, scalable solution given the current resources that the city has.
Yeah, and I know there's things happening. Councilor Medeiros and I obviously have had a lot of conversations around this. And I know that the mayor is currently working on reutilizing our cameras for purpose of giving out tickets to noisy mufflers. I hope that will come in sooner than later, so that I think that'll make a definite impact. I know that Councilor Medeiros and myself would be happy to set that up and start to see if there's a different process that can be put in place to help mitigate these issues. Sorry that you're going through it for such a long time, but we'll keep trying to do what we can, and I think this is a good step forward. So thank you so much for your delegation.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Keenan. I have other speakers. Deputy Mayor.
Thank you, and I just want to thank you actually for delegating. I'm dealing with the exact same problem in my area, and I understand the confusion because I am also, I get the confusion between the police where the handoff is and bylaw for the noise complaints. I totally understand that, so I'm happy you highlighted this. There's a street that comes to mind, and I think this is something we'll roll up our sleeves and work on. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through Mr. Chair. Thanks for coming in to delegate on this. I've received as well issues in wards 1 and 5 related to noise, and usually they are linked to rental properties.
Yes.
Yes, and so my question to you is, in addition to some of the noise issues related to this property, are there other issues related to this property? I know that noise is a big one, and in my
yes.
wards, I've been able to deal with a lot of noise issues as well with residents like yourself, working together with you. But are there other issues related to that particular property?
100%. I'm just keeping my delegation to one topic, but yes, there's many issues with this property.
Great. And so what I'll say is, because I know there are a number of other delegations coming up, what we're finding, and certainly in wards 1 and 5, working with many residents on similar issues, is that we seem to have chronic repeat offenders and problematic properties. And I think when we go through the delegation, and I will ask at the end of the delegations to actually move the report that's associated with all these delegations forward so we could talk about it a little bit more. There are other jurisdictions, particularly in Edmonton, where I've recently been and looked at their model of how to deal with problematic properties, that I'm hopeful that together with council and the residents, we're going to be able to find better solutions that are far more proactive, particularly as it relates to noise as well.
I'm so grateful for your interest in this. I would just like to point out, noise is a bit different than some of the other problems that we talk about. So for example, I can call bylaw and the grass is still going to be growing, a week from now when they show up. But if I call bylaw because someone started up a car and they have a modified muffler, it's gone within a minute. And so it's a little bit qualitatively different, and I think we can lump everything in together, and we probably should, but I think this particular issue needs a little bit different lens to look at it and address.
Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your delegation. I think I missed how long you've been dealing with this one individual. Can you repeat how long, when did it all start?
So it started in October of 2023 when our neighbor Aniva unfortunately passed away, who had been a long-term resident 60 years. And then we had a moving in of essentially a rooming house. It's been going on for 2.5 years. This particular individual that you heard on the video of hundreds, that was just one tenant of many. So like all rooming houses, it's a continuous revolving door of new tenants. And so we've been really unlucky, knock on wood. Every time we've gotten new tenants, there's at least one in the batch that has a modified muffler.
It's disheartening. We all deal with it. Now you have a resident that has been trying to work with the area councillors, and you speak very highly of them, but you're now here before committee, before council, essentially, pleading for some support and some help, and that's the issue that I think all of us, if we should have, we do have. And it comes down to, what are we going to do about it? We deal with this all the time.
Yeah.
We are constantly on the phone to see what we can do in certain areas, the problem areas, because of one individual. And it's, it's up to us to make sure that some kind of enforcement, some kind of efforts are are helping you continue to live, the life that you certainly deserve. And when it comes down to this, you've taken your time of your day to come before council. I would only say to, lead services, park a bylaw officer in front of the house. Like, just park it there. And I'm sure you have the times. I'm sure there's times of days where it's like every day at this time, you're 90% sure you're going to hear this car. Let's get the officers there.
So if I may.
Sure.
Gurpreet, again, whom I'm so grateful for, he and I worked out his idea, a system, which managed 3 cars of the many that were issues. The system is that he needs a clear video of the license plate. He needs a clear video showing the noise such that they can determine that the noise is excessive, and a witness statement signed by myself and someone else. Great, it works. So.
When was this?
Oh, over 2.5 years. I think this was probably a year in that we came to this DEMI solution.
Okay.
And it worked again for 3 instances. So the idea is escalate the fines in order to address, and eventually the person will fix it.
Right.
It's great. It does work. It's not scalable across the city, and quite frankly.
It doesn't have to be.
It doesn't have to be.
It's not across the city. We can pick maybe 5, 6 areas.
Yes.
In our boundaries bigger than all of theirs.
Yes.
And we represent more people than they do. So
Yes.
5 or 6 areas that we know of, that we could say and point to, we need something here. We need
Yes.
help and we need support.
So-
So it's not like it's right across the city. It's these specific areas.
I'm able-bodied, in good health, 50-something-year-old, cough, cough. Imagine if it was an 85-year-old lady.
Absolutely.
She's not going to stand out in the middle of the street in full view of her neighbor with her video camera. So that's where it breaks
Nor are
down.
we asking you to, I
But
hope.
that's the solution that's currently in existence, that's
No,
worked for me,
no.
but it's not really a solution. I think we are agreeing. I think we need something a little better.
Yeah.
And again, scalable and useful for able-bodied, non-able-bodied, whatever age, that can address the concerns. I don't know what that is. I'm not coming with a solution. I'm just saying we should probably sit down and talk about it and see if we can figure something out that works.
Yeah.
Fair?
I like the idea, and I think we've sure talked about it a lot. I think we have ideas, and we just need to now implement more so than we already have. And
Thank you for that.
especially on, and then you go back to, 311, which I don't, that's a different conversation, and don't want to really get into that right now, but I'll finish by just saying sorry what you're going through.
Thank you.
And we'll see what we can do, and thank you for your delegation.
Appreciate it. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Next, Councillor Keenan.
So my plan was to refer this to staff, but I see 2 other speakers. So I'll stand down and let the 2 other speakers go before I refer it to staff.
Thank you, Michelle. I'll ask for your indulgence a little bit further. I have Councillor Barr.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and just want to say thank you for coming in. Again, just like Councillor Pleshy was saying, we do have areas in our area, especially in wards 2 and 6, like Stonegate, where we are having these issues. So again, I don't know if council, we have talked about this, but these loud mufflers, they're getting installed by these body shops. And is that controlled by the provincial government where we can amend, maybe advocate to get something done? I'm not sure if this is a question for staff where I'm just kind of thinking on the top of my head, but it is something that we have to kind of get at the root cause, where these individuals getting these loud mufflers from, and are they getting penalized, and getting the root cause, making sure that we're handling it at that point. Not sure if any staff would be able to answer that question, if it's.
I'll ask staff to respond.
Through you, Mr. Chair. Obviously, you're correct, there's some jurisdictional issues at play, but certainly we can take that back and look into it further. we obviously have pretty clear lines about what we can do and what we can't do, but there might be something there to support this.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And just looking at, there's a lot of younger kids that are having these loud mufflers, and maybe if they're able to go to these body shops, maybe they think it's normal. We do have to make sure that we're getting toughened on our body shops to make sure that if you do install a loud muffler, you will be penalized. So I think though that's where it kind of starts, but this is something I know council members have talked about this, but I think this is something that we definitely need to advocate. Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Barr. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you very much for your delegation. We get a lot of complaints about loud mufflers along Beauvert. All the houses that back onto Beauvert, it's a complaint nonstop, and we know it. Might I suggest, as part of the referral from Councillor Keenan, that maybe we look at a citizens appointment committee specifically surrounding bylaws, and we can add that either this term or next term of council. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Power. Last word to, I'll go to Councillor Fortini first.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Michelle. So I have a vehicle around the corner from me, the same thing. But it's not only the body shops that puts these mufflers. It's manufactured. You get the new Corvette, comes out, has a muffler, the Wildcat Chrysler, the Mustang. So how could we actually say, don't push the gas or don't do it when they're already manufactured by like Ford and Chrysler? A lot of them, and the guy around the corner from me has a Wildcat, and he says, I just touch the gas and makes a noise, and he's driving slow. So we also have to look at these manufacturers and say, if we have these bylaws and people revving these mufflers, how could we do that? And I live not too far from Queen Street, about a kilometer, and at night I hear them all the time because when everything's calm, and I feel bad, you have to go spend all that money. I have put new windows and I still hear it. I'm not gonna start breaking walls down. So, we can only do what we can, and I know by law, you have to catch them in the act, and that's the hard part. It's very hard, and when you do knock on the door, it's not easy. When the guy looks at you and says, well, I just bought the car, I spent, $250,000 on this Corvette, and it comes like that. What do you want me to do? So, but revving it like you got there, just sitting there revving, and it's the same thing. One of my cousins, he's got the motorcycle across the street. He starts at 5 o'clock in the morning. That's how they are when he goes to work. So
I feel like the council deals with difficult and challenging issues every day, and yet we find a path forward. And so the important thing is to start talking about it and try to find a way to address it.
Yeah, it's true. And this happens on everything. You're not allowed to have fire in your backyard, but they sell the fire pits. You're not allowed to have this, but they sell it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Fortini. And before I go to Councillor Keenan, thank you, Michelle. I think you've literally struck something here today. So I'll ask Councillor Keenan to enunciate for us the referral motion. Councillor Santos before Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just one final thing, because Councillor Barr and others have brought something up regarding our noise bylaws. So in April of 2023, we did pass a motion about enhancing the noise bylaws to deal specifically with noisy mufflers. I brought that forward in April 2023. We all supported it. So the bylaws have been strengthened, and there is also reference to auto body shops that modify mufflers. So I think what we need to do in the referral back to staff from this delegation is look at those updated bylaws and how we are indeed enforcing it and what the best way is. And for example, in wards 1 and 5, I always work with residents to collect evidence, like the same way that you're doing, and determining what the better path forward is. Particularly with police, because with police, they have Project Erase and Project Noisemaker as well in the entire month of May. And so how do we integrate all of that, including the enhanced bylaws, and be more effective at addressing the noise concerns that you're facing, Michelle?
Thank you. And Deputy Mayor Singh speaking to the motion, which is about to be tabled.
Yeah, just one last thing, because we've been talking about, one last thing, so, because we've been talking about vehicles. I also, if the mover of the motion is okay with it, would like the little mopeds and also to be included, because those are, I don't know if you've had experience in your neighborhood, but in our neighborhood, neighborhoods, in wards 9 and 10, this is a big pet peeve, and they've also modified their mufflers as well in the parks, and, yeah, they're terrorizing the community. So if that could also be included, thank you so much.
Thank you, Deputy Mayor, and to Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and through you, thank you, council colleagues, for all your input. We've heard a lot of great suggestions. Back to, just to Councilor Barr's suggestion, not just on the advocacy. If you look back to when we banned fireworks, we didn't just ban the firework use, we banned the sale. So I think part of this would be looking at our bylaws to look at how we can enforce the sale of illegal mufflers, because if they put it over a certain decibel, it becomes illegal. So that'll be part of this round table that I'm about to try to put together. So what I would like to do here, and I like what Councillor Power was saying about a committee for bylaws in general. I believe if we go through that process on being a part of the Citizens Appointment Committee, the process is going to take a while. I think a round table will get us working quicker with staff and residents in order to try to find solutions to these problems immediately. But I think it's a great idea for the next term of council. So I don't know if we can capture that now or wait for the next term of council and see what the appetite is then for the elected officials that will be here. So what I would like to do is refer this back to staff to create a roundtable with staff and willing councillors that want to be part of the roundtable, along with residents who are willing to take part, to see how we can strengthen our bylaws and come up with a new solution to deal with this. I do feel, and I'll include that for all muffler types, for all vehicles. And I really strongly feel that it's always going to be multiple things that solve a problem. It's never going to be one solution that's going to solve this problem that we've had for many years. So I believe the advocacy that's happening on Mayor Brown's part for the cameras, that's going to solve it a lot on our major streets like Beauvert. How do we solve it in our communities, right in front of our doors like you've been dealing with for 2.5 years? I think it's by doing what we're about to try to do, because obviously we tried to do something through Councillor Santos in 2023, which hasn't had that much effect, which is sad to hear, but this is definitely a council that's not going to just throw one idea out. If it doesn't work, say, hey, we tried. We're going to try something else. So I'm going to refer this back to staff to set up a round table, and hopefully we can finally get a solution.
Good old-fashioned task force.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. I see nodding all across the front desk. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan to have the round table and to receive the delegation from Ms. Michelle Gauthier. All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much. And thank you. And with that, we will now ask for Linda Lewis, Brampton resident, to come forward to speak to us in regards to garbage and littering concerns. Thank you for being here, Linda. Welcome.
Thank you. Thank you. And good morning to our council members and our mayor. I'm here today to address an issue that has become increasingly worse over the last couple of years. And I'm concerned it's going to get worse due to the complete lack of consequences not being imposed on the offenders. When I leave my home for a walk, and I do this quite often, usually 4 or 5 times a week, I see piles of household garbage, broken furniture, discarded filthy mattresses, ripped open garbage bags, and other waste left at the curb, or scattered across private properties. When I visit friends, run errands, or travel through other neighborhoods, I see the same thing. The question many residents are asking is simple. What has happened to our city? These piles of garbage are more than just an eyesore. They create legitimate health and safety concerns. We all know Brampton continues to struggle with the rodent infestations, and garbage left sitting for days or even weeks provide exactly the conditions that attract rats and other pests, and I've seen a lot of them lately. My grandson was out the other day and he was vaping, and he said there's 5 of them all in a row, 5 raccoons. He says, I said, well, maybe they're a family, right? So we just kind of looked and we laughed. Residents don't seem to care whether the garbage is technically on the boulevard, at the curb, or a few feet inside the property line. What they see is garbage that originated from a specific property, and it's negatively affecting the surrounding neighborhood. Far too often, offenders receive repeat warnings and repeat education and ongoing chances, while neighboring residents continue to deal with the consequences. And there's a lot of consequences throughout the whole neighborhood. When I go walking, it's incredible the amount of garbage. Like, I expected, I waited, winter time comes, there's garbage, people throw things all over the place, it's fine, right? But it never seems to get cleaned up. In situations where remediation efforts may be required, such as refuse violations, repeat violations will be addressed with an immediate penalty notice in addition to the issuance of an order to comply. Sorry, I missed one whole thing. I'm so sorry. Warnings and education are not enforcement. Ticketing is enforcement. I'm asking council to direct staff and enforcement to do what was represented in SOP update in February 19th, 2025. On page 3 of the updated SOPs, it clearly states with regards to repeat violation locations. In situations where remediation efforts may be required, such as refuse violations, repeat violations will be addressed with an immediate penalty notice, in addition to the issuance of an order to comply. A further penalty notice will be issued if the conditions of the order to comply are not met, and remediation efforts will be undertaken. Costs associated with the remediation efforts will be attached to the property in a tax roll. The problem is not the absence of rules. The problem continues to be the absence of enforcement. Taxpayers bear the cost of repeatedly cleaning up after individuals who knowingly ignore the city's bylaws. Brampton residents deserve clean, safe, and well-maintained neighborhoods. They deserve to know that when violations are reported, meaningful action will be taken. I urge council to hold enforcement leadership accountability for the updated SOPs and ask why the updated SOPs from over a year ago have not been applied to ensure that offenders face meaningful consequences. And thank you so much for your time. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Linda. And
Thank
I
you.
do have speakers, so please
Sure.
sit tight. I have Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you so much for your delegation. I can't tell you how many complaints we get about garbage, but myself and Councillor Medeiros definitely get a lot about repeat offenders.
Yeah.
And it's extremely frustrating.
Yeah.
So from our standpoints as here as council, we know that there's a policy that's been put in place that is, escalated fines for repeat offenders, but the complaints that we're getting to our offices is about repeat offenders not being ticketed and being given multiple chances.
Yeah.
Do you feel that a proactive approach might solve that, or do you think it's an educational thing yourself?
I think a proactive, what I'm seeing are the same people that do it over. It's the same as the 3 feet grass and the whole 9 yards. It's the same group of people in rooming houses, usually a lot of the time, where I'll see garbage that's stacked up and pouring out of their bins, which of course, if you have a windy day, it's going to fly all over the place. There's no doubt about it, because the lid is up and it's sitting there. So a proactive approach, right? Maybe education can help with that, but I'm not sure that when you've got like 7, 8, 9 people living in a house, that they're all going to do the same thing, and that's probably part of the problem. But to see the garbage, it's just, and it's been going on for about 2.5 years. I've never seen it this bad. Never.
Yeah, because it's our understanding here as council that we have a zero tolerance policy for repeat offenders.
I agree.
Which we definitely hope is being followed by bylaw. At the appropriate time, I will also send your delegation to bylaw to maybe ask for some additional metrics on repeat offenders specifically, and an approach on how we can deal with repeat offenders a little bit more than we currently are, because this is
I just
obviously
think
an
you guys
ongoing.
can make so much money to help compensate for that as well.
Of course.
Because, I mean, at the end of the day, I can remember probably about 5 years ago, I had a neighbor that actually had a compliance. She had to cut her grass, and she had so much time to do it in, or she was going to be fined. And that was it. But she at least got a warning for it, right? And the whole 9 yards. I don't know how it works today. I know there are fines that are justified for that type of thing. But I mean, as I said, if it's a one-time thing, it's fine. This is a repeated offense.
Of course, yeah. So, and I know Councillor Santos has definitely been working very hard on this herself, and, you know, brought back some great information to me from FCM, which I'm hoping she'll share here today, but it's definitely her championing that side of things, so I'll leave that for her. But thank you so much for your delegation, really appreciate it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Keenan. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much. And please stay, thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
In Wards 1 and 5, I've been dealing with very similar issues as well, and
That's
you know,
where I'm from.
Yeah, well, I hear you, but we're all being piloted with the RRL all together. And the good news is that there has been some improvements in some neighborhoods with those who are becoming more compliant. The biggest challenge for us are exactly what you described, what we're talking about now, what Michelle just described, are the repeat chronic offenders. And what's interesting is that they, in many cases, because I asked bylaw, did we ticket them? They say yes. Did they pay the fine? They say yes. Did they pay the fine again? They say yes. So the challenge is that the cost of doing business to these landlords is just to operate as a slum landlord, because they just consider it the cost of doing business. And so what we need to do is figure out a way and track, which we're going to be moving in that direction now, because we've been able to weed out the worst of the worst. And now we just need to deal with the worst of the worst in a very proactive way. And we need to make it so that the cost of doing business as a slum landlord no longer is of benefit to them.
Thank you for
And
saying
what's
that.
interesting, and thank you, Councillor Keenan, for bringing up FCM. And I'm going to ask you questions because this is what I brought back from FCM. Edmonton, and Edmonton, by the way, is in a worse off position than Brampton, because I did a bus tour of all the slum properties across Edmonton and how they're dealing with them. That's what I did at FCM, finding solutions to this problem as well. And what they did is they created an initiative called the Problem Property Initiative. And it's an entire team of people who are dealing with chronic repeat offenders. And I'll ask you a couple of questions. So this is what's considered a problem property.
Sure.
A problem property is a history of repeated or excessive neglect, disrepair, or safety concerns. Yes or no? Is that something you've been dealing with? Yes.
Yep.
With a history of deliberate violations and or non-compliance by property owners or tenants.
Sorry?
With a history of deliberate violations and or non-compliance by property owners or tenants.
Yep, absolutely.
That pose a significant public risk or fire risk.
Mm-hmm.
That are abandoned and unsecured and may be accessible to the public. That doesn't apply in this case.
No.
Okay. Where ongoing criminal activities may be taking place.
Yeah. Yep.
That require coordinated response from several enforcement and or social support agencies.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yep.
So Edmonton, God bless, has come up with a very interesting initiative dealing specifically with chronic repeat offenders. And when I asked the deputy fire chief, who was the talking head for the entire program, how do you determine what a problematic property? It's not just this list. He said to me, if the property requires more than one department to address the issue, if it requires building, if it requires bylaw and repeat offenses from bylaw, if it requires fire, if it requires different departments, it's a problem property. Why? Because it's sucking up all the resources at the city in order to deal repeatedly on that property.
That's right.
So I'm excited because when we bring that report forward, and I've already talked to staff as well as my council members here, we will be looking at that Edmonton model. We will be setting up meetings with them after my visit with them and talking to their various departments. And we'll look at how we could implement some of these things in the city of Brampton. In fact, and I know there are other delegations coming up as well, but this is just a prelude. They even have a subclass property tax rate, whereby if you are identified as a serious problem property, they actually increase your property tax bill by 3%.
Hey, that's a great idea.
Because suddenly, if you do that, the cost of doing business as a slum landlord no longer makes sense financially. And because of that, they have cleared out they've demolished some of their problem properties, and the landlord finally has built anew like multiplex, beautiful units. And so that's a success story that I'm hoping in some ways we may be able to take a look at here in Brampton. Mind you, in Alberta, their tax laws are different than Ontario. So the Ontario government would have to give us permission to create something like that, which will also require your advocacy at the provincial level. Does that sound like a plan?
Sounds like a plan.
Awesome. Thank you for your delegation.
You're welcome.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos, for your traveled experience and working with FCM. Very valuable information. Yes. Thank you so much. Next, I have Councillor Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for your delegation. Education is a big issue that we have, and I think when I look back, I do walking tours with residents in some of the problem neighborhoods, and I'll go and knock on doors, and when you're talking about rooming houses or what have you, you see garbage buckets out in the front or furniture out in the front. It's not segmented, so they don't understand the difference between recycling, waste, and then compost. And you see and so our garbage collection doesn't get picked up. And then it sits there for weeks on end because it's not being picked up. Then you get the rodents, then you get the other issues that come up, and it's just unsightly. So I think as part of that roundtable that Councillor Keenan was talking about, we need to look at ways that we not only get out to, like when I go door to door, and I'll go with the residents and they'll point out that, I mean, they don't have to point out the houses, we know which ones they are, but I'll go up to the door and I have a bylaw information packet, and I also have a garbage information packet that I will give to the residents of the home, whether they be renters or homeowners. And believe me, there are some homeowners that have the same issues.
Yeah.
But even like as far as last week, I was in one neighborhood and I contacted Gurpreet and asked them for some orders to comply, and thankfully they did do that for us. But the education piece is a massive opportunity for us. And we're not doing enough. I don't feel we're doing enough as community to get that education out there. Because if they don't understand to segment or segregate the garbage, then it's never going to get picked up. And I can send out our own city department, or I can send out the Region Appeal garbage trucks after the fact, or if they don't know that they have to separate a toilet tank from the toilet before it gets picked up.
Yeah.
Right? It's never going to get picked up, and that toilet sits, there's nothing worse than a toilet sitting on the front lawn. So I think that education piece has to be a part of that roundtable, and how do we not only get the information to the residents, but how do we also get the region who does our garbage collection to start being more proactive at it as well. And I don't sit on regional council, so I'll look to my colleagues here that do sit on regional council. But get the region to be more proactive at collecting, but also the province has handcuffed us as well with this consolidated recycling program that they have. And as of next month, you can no longer put recycling bags at the curb. So everything has to go in the bins. So we're about to have an explosion of garbage, an explosion of recycling at our curbs.
I agree.
Or in front of our garages, or at the side of the house where all the rodents go. So I think the roundtable idea is a great idea, but I think we also need to look at where we're going to get that information out and that education out.
Yeah, I hear you. Yeah, absolutely. I mean, a story of one of my walks is watching a U-Haul that had absolutely no license plate. So, I mean, I couldn't get it, dumping all this stuff. And the problem is it was an apartment building. So who are you going to find responsible? I believe that some people need to be educated and it will work. And I believe that some people just don't want to pay whatever it is they're supposed to pay when you actually go to the recycling bin. So I think education is one form, but I think some people are doing it because they don't want to pay those fees. I mean, it's not a lot. I've gone to the dumping ground, I've talked to friends, they say the same thing. They just don't want to pay the $7 or $8 it's going to cost to dump their stuff. It's so much easier for them to do it that way. And they won't get caught doing it because, I mean, it's in an apartment building. Who are you going to? And then some of them I do believe can be kind of sort of talked to, or whether there's a flyer put out or whether there's something mentioned. I think that a lot of people don't. I know there's a lot of stuff that's posted online, but I think some of those people don't read that. right? Whether they don't understand it, I don't know. But I think that's part of the problem is education. But I also think the second part of that is being proactive. When they're educated and they don't follow the rules, there has to be consequences, because there aren't any consequences going on right now, at least not in my neighborhood and where I'm walking. It's the same people all the time, and there's nothing, they feel, and sometimes it's normalized, right? If they're doing it and I see it, I've got a bag of chips, well, there's a whole bunch of garbage there, so I'm just gonna throw it there, right? So, I mean, it's become a little more normalized than I would like to see in Brampton. I mean, I've been here for 37 years, so it's like, what's going on? So, yeah, education is part of the problem, I think, right? I can't disagree.
Very good. Thank you. I have another speaker, Councillor Tour. And for members of committee, you still have the floor? No. Thank you. We've been having a great discussion this morning, but I ask members to try to focus their efforts on questions of clarification. Councillor Tour.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Just to echo some of the comments that Councillor Power just made here, I see this as an issue only in some parts of my wards, especially in areas that are higher densities, whether those are townhouses or if it's homes with ARUs. That's where we typically come across these concerns. I believe education is a key part of it, but at the same time, I believe we have the opportunity to redesign some of our systems, especially with the opportunity of getting waste collection downloaded now to the lower tier here at the City of Brampton. When you have just that one bin outside of the curb, it can serve a family of up to 4 people. But when you have more than 4 people in a house in multiple units, it is definitely not enough. And there's been a lot of those cases where, garbage has been either tied up in bags or left on top of the bins. And on a windy day, you see it all across the neighborhood. Happens across areas where there are apartment buildings. Councilor Power and I were doing a park cleanup, I think, a couple of years ago. In those areas as well, you will see garbage flying out into park areas and get caught up in there. So it is definitely an issue, but I think to solely pinpoint this as an issue, as a user-driven issue, I think would be unfair. I'm sure there are those cases, but I think there's an opportunity that, perhaps through staff, when we're looking at waste collection in the future, I hope that we can look at opportunities where if there are multiple units at a residential address that are registered, that we have the opportunity to have multiple bins that could collect waste from those houses as well. I think that's the best way, one of the ways at least, that we can move forward on this issue, along with the educational piece of it. And lastly, through you, Mr. Chair, I would also just advise that maybe don't casually throw around words like slum cities or slum landlords or getting a tour of the slums of another city. Those are very derogatory terms and are inappropriate for these council chambers. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Councillor Power.
Thank you, through you, Chair. I just want to kind of echo some of what Councillor Tour just said. We need to be perfectly clear that this is not just a residential rental problem. It's not just rooming houses. And he made reference to Knightsbridge buildings where I'm a ward councillor of, and they don't have enough bins. And I think about Balmoral, the townhouse complex towards Dixie at the end of Balmoral. They throw all their garbage, everybody throws their garbage the night before to the curb, and it's, you get 20 townhouses all piling up their garbage at the curb, and it's unsightly, it's disgusting, it's all kinds of things. So we also have to go after the property owners or the building management individuals. We have to make something so comprehensive that it's not just targeted to one area over the other.
Agreed. Yep.
Thank you very much. I see no further speakers, Linda, so I will ask for a motion of receipt from Councillor Power. All in favor? That carries. Thank you so much for your delegation this morning.
Thank you very much for listening. Thank you.
To receive. That was a motion of receipt. Okay? Thank you. And so we now invite our next delegate, Teresa Bragado Brampton resident regarding parking concerns. Welcome, Teresa.
Good morning, Mayor and members of council. My name is Teresa Bragado, and I have been a resident of Brampton for over 55 years. Today, I am here because enough is enough. I am frustrated with hearing promises while seeing little to no results when it comes to bylaw enforcement in Brampton. These are not isolated incidents. Residents face these issues daily. A simple 45-minute walk through virtually any neighborhood reveals dozens upon dozens of obvious parking infractions and bylaw violations. I encounter vehicles obstructing sidewalks and find cars parked so far over the sidewalk that I am forced onto the road to get around them. These violations are neither subtle nor difficult to identify. They are obvious, visible, and occurring every day across the city. As a result, I'm regularly forced to walk in traffic. I don't even want to drive in Brampton in a car in traffic, let alone walk in traffic, creating an unnecessary and entirely avoidable safety risk for myself and other pedestrians. It happens so often now that I wear a reflective safety vest when I walk my dog in the early morning, since I cannot use the sidewalk. Let's be clear. Sidewalks are meant for walking, not for extending private driveways or serving as unauthorized parking spots. We are also seeing a disturbing trend of boulevards and driveways being illegally widened with patio stones that can't handle the weight of vehicles. Bylaw enforcement's failure to consistently enforce these violations sends the message that pedestrian safety is not their concern compared to driver convenience. This is unacceptable. What makes this even more frustrating is that elected council approved additional funding to hire more enforcement officers. Taxpayers were told that increasing resources would improve enforcement and address the growing number of complaints. So I have to ask bylaw enforcement, where are the results? The problem is obvious. The current bylaw enforcement process of warning first approach is not working. How many warnings are enough? 1, 2, 5 warnings? At this point, it is difficult to accept the argument that more education is required. Residents are left wondering how many years of education and warnings are considered sufficient before enforcement actually begins. These violations do not require another conversation, reminder, outreach campaign. They require tickets. Tickets over and over again. This is exactly what residents expect. But what we continue to see instead is repeat offenders who have learned that there are little, if any, consequences for violating the rules. This is called enabling and prevents repeat offenders to take responsibility for their problematic behaviors. The reality on the ground does not match the picture that enforcement management has been presenting to councils over the years. Residents do not experience their neighborhoods through carefully selected statistics and performance metrics. They experience them through what they see on their streets, sidewalks, and communities. Most of the residents follow the rules because they respect their neighbors, we take pride in their community, and we understand that living in a city requires a shared commitment to basic standards. Why should those residents continue to watch the same offenders repeatedly ignore the rules without consequences? What message does that send to the people who do the right thing? The residents of Brampton have already paid for increased enforcement through their tax dollars. We funded additional officers back in 2024 when the department received $4.3 million for hiring of additional enforcement officers to add to the then total of 90. We expect improved outcomes. We expect visible enforcement. We expect accountability. Today, I'm requesting that Council direct bylaw enforcement management to provide clear data on the effectiveness of the additional enforcement resources that were approved. How many officers were hired that actually respond to enforcement complaints as opposed to managers and supervisors? How many complaints were resolved? How many tickets were issued? How many repeat offenders continue to receive warnings rather than penalties? Other than we will assign the issue to a bylaw enforcement officer within 7 days, what are the enforcement and delivery service level commitments? Elected council must hold enforcement management accountable for delivering measurable results, not explanations, excuses, or selectively presented statistics. We are asking bylaw enforcement to demonstrate that the investment made by Brampton taxpayers is producing real results in our neighborhood. I have lived in Brampton for over 55 years. It is deeply disappointing to see that this Brampton is not the Brampton that I grew up in. It has been declining rapidly in the last 8 years. Residents deserve better, and they deserve every right to expect the same high standards that was once operated in Brampton from those entrusted with public funds and enforcing city's bylaws. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Teresa, and I have speakers. Councillor Pelletier.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Teresa, for coming and delegating.
I'm a bit deaf, so you have to be a little louder.
Okay. Thanks, Teresa.
No, it works. Seriously.
Teresa, thanks so much for coming and delegating. Thank you for the numerous emails that you send. Thanks for yelling at us. We do truly appreciate it. We do.
To be honest, I've never involved myself in anything because I love Brampton. But here I am.
I know you're passionate about this city. I know you love this city. We've spoken many times through email, sometimes at 1, 2 o'clock in the morning about things. You shouldn't have to ask those questions. You shouldn't have to wonder where the bylaw officers are, where the money went, where it was spent. You shouldn't have to. But it's come to the point where you do have to, because you're not seeing the countless number of, and I think the very first email you sent me was about a car parked over the sidewalk. And it's coming to the point now that Councillor Brar and myself are actually going to community meetings where there's about 5 or 6 residents that meet us, one in particular, and he wants to be able to park his Range Rover on the sidewalk. And he wants us to make that a law for him to do that. And it's unfortunate, because that then pushes you to start asking the questions. And if we have residents that actually start thinking that they have a right to do that and impede the well-being and life of other residents that are walking their dog, their elderly, wheelchairs, everything like that, there's a point here where you're absolutely right. Notices, get overlooked, and education becomes, not educating, and then the fines are the only way to educate people. Because where you hit it, we said it about the traffic cameras, the speed cameras. That was the only thing. The research that we've done, it says that that's the only thing that actually worked. And speed is now becoming. Is starting to climb up in every single one of those areas that we had the speed cameras, which is unfortunate. But with that, it was a long preamble to ask that your questions be sent to staff, and for staff to come back with a response to those questions at the next council meeting, or if the next council meeting is okay, or when do you have other stuff going back, Councillor Hina? Okay. So we'll leave it open. If you can make it back for next council meeting, great. If not, then I don't want to push you in, but have something come back at a reasonable time. Again, Teresa, thank you for your delegation.
Thank you.
And if the chair asks if Councillor Pelletier would be satisfied with it coming back with the rest of the report that was moved earlier today in regards to these delegations, would that be appropriate?
I asked that question. When's that coming back?
At the same time?
No, I need those questions answered first. I think I'd like those questions answered first. I think we already have the answers for the most part of it. So I look forward to hopefully having it next council. If not, the one after that. Teresa, thank you again. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Councillor Rush. That's very clear. Thank you. Councillor Keenan.
Thank you so much. And Teresa, thank you so much for your delegation. Really appreciate you coming in. I just want to add on to Councillor Pelletier's, more importantly, not just your questions. I would like to know in that report how many parking calls came in that weren't answered and that tickets weren't given to as part of that report, please, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Next, Councillor Santos.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Thanks, Teresa, for coming to delegate today. And, your level of frustration is also many residents who feel the same. Parking continues to be the number one complaint issue in the city of Brampton. Certainly, you know, I have residents who call me directly because they can't get their motorized wheelchair across the sidewalk because there are cars that are blocking. I've had the same resident deal with improper clearing of the sidewalk, and they can't get their wheelchair across because not only is there a snow issue, but then there's also the car issue in the sidewalk. So one by one, many of us have been dealing with this directly, but you're right. There has to be a more efficient, effective way of dealing with the top concern and complaints that we receive in the city of Brampton, which is parking. And we just launched the new automated license plate reader technology. I think that is going to help expedite that process a lot more. I do believe, and I think this is if I can get clarification from staff on this, the automated license plate reading technology on the by law enforcement vehicles, can they also track the overhang vehicles and those vehicles that are overhang over the sidewalk? Or is it just illegally on the road?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Councillor Santos, the technology is quite sophisticated, so that matter could be picked up as well.
Okay, so if that's the case, just so you know, Teresa, when we implement, and I would like to request we go on whatever streets Teresa's dealing with first with those automated license plate readers. But when it's a bit different. So the bylaw officer doesn't get out of the car anymore. They actually get a ticket in the mail. Okay, so just for education purposes for the residents here, when that vehicle comes by, you won't see necessarily a ticket on the windshield. They will get a ticket on the mail. So at some point, they will realize that they are parking illegally. We'll have the evidence to prove it, and then they will eventually learn. But just so folks know, they may not know, and they may not get that ticket because they're going to be getting it in the mail a few days later.
I know that AL license plate reading was instituted, announcement was made in December 2019. It was rolled out the middle of January 2020. Are there any statistics which states how effective that was before you purchased the additional 6 for 2026?
Yeah. We can get those statistics for you. They are. It was quite effective when we were piloting it. I think it was 1 or 2 vehicles at the time. Very rapid, really fast in processing the tickets, and it's part of why we implemented even more. But when we get those answers back at council, we could probably get that answer back for you as well. Okay. Thanks, Teresa.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. So, Teresa, we have a motion moved by Councillor Pelletier, as on screen, to also receive this delegation. All in favor? Councillor Pelletier, further.
Apologies, Mr. Chair. There was a question about the number of officers, the monies that were allocated to those officers as well. If we could just include that. I know we'll go back and look at everything you said, and include that into the referral, please. I know I just didn't want to, I don't see it captured, so we're going to go back and look at all the questions that you just asked. Plus, I'll have our offices look at past emails about any other outstanding questions and then include that into it as well. Please and thank you.
Thank you, Councillor. Motion moved by Councillor Pelletier. All in favor? That carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
And our next delegation is from Kim Romita regarding property standards and parking concerns. Welcome, Kim.
Kind of nervous now to be following Teresa. That was very passionate, Teresa. Good morning, Mayor Brown and members of council. My name's Kim. I lived in Brampton over 40 years. Before I start today, I'd like to take a moment to recognize my 2 ward councillors for all their hard work and dedication towards 2 and 6. Councillor Pelletier and Councillor Brar, thank you for always listening and supporting our neighborhood group. Without you both, we would not have been able to resolve many of the issues that have come up over the years that are important to us. So I thank you both for your commitment and willingness to always work with all the residents of your wards. Across neighborhoods in this city, residents continue to see the same persistent issues. Vehicles parked on sidewalks and lawns, blocked pedestrian access, overflowing garbage, neglected properties, and overcrowded rental units, operating without meaningful consequence. These issues are not hidden. They are visible, repeated, and widespread. The lack of enforcement effectiveness is not just an inconvenience, it is a safety crisis. Cars parked overnight on streets congest those streets, which make it virtually impossible for emergency response teams to respond effectively. A friend told me of an incident where at 10 p.m. one evening, she called 311 to report cars parked in front of her driveway, as well as cars parked in excess of 3 hours on the street. At 4 a.m., firefighters were knocking on doors to get vehicles moved that were still parked so they could attend the emergency further down the street. It is disturbing to hear enforcement leadership say during a presentation that parking does not affect public safety and those calls are not prioritized. Residents are doing exactly what they have been asked to do by enforcement. We are reporting issues through 311 and submitting images of the infraction. When is enforcement going to do what is asked of them and actually enforce? Residents were told that enforcement would improve through additional hires and other investments. However, on the ground, residents continue to see the same repeat offenders operating without meaningful consequences. This is an accountability failure in how enforcement leadership is directing priorities, applying discretion, and measuring success. The current model is reactive. It relies on complaints to trigger action rather than ensuring visible and consistent enforcement presence in areas where violations are already well known and ongoing. That approach has resulted in a system where residents must repeatedly report the same issues in order for minimal action to occur. That is not enforcement. That is administrative delay disguised as process. The consequence of enforcement's failure is clear: declining public confidence, frustrated residents, and neighborhoods where bylaws exist but are not consistently upheld. Enforcement leadership is responsible for outcomes, not activity, not internal reporting, not procedural explanations, outcomes, and the outcomes residents are experiencing are not acceptable. The current enforcement framework is not working and is not delivering results that align with residents' expectations. It is therefore incumbent upon Council to direct staff to make swift and impactful changes with a sense of urgency as our communities continue to deteriorate. Bylaws are the baseline agreement we make with one another to keep our communities safe, clean, and livable. When the enforcement of our bylaws has failed, the civic contract breaks down. It is time for Brampton enforcement to prioritize the expectations of residents as they are not currently being met and protect the families who call this city home. Residents are not asking for extraordinary measures. We are asking for consistent, visible, and enforced application of the rules that already exist. I am requesting Council to direct staff, enforcement leadership, and management to be held accountable, to realign their priorities with what residents have consistently requested, and to recognize that as taxpayers and the customers of this service, residents expect to be heard and served effectively, something that to date has not been happening.
Thank you very much, Kim. And my first speaker, Councillor Barr.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Kim, for coming here. And honestly, Councillor Pletcher and I, we have been working with the community and seeing the frustration that you are facing. I do understand there's different levels of government that are involved, just with loopholes going through. We talked about it with our walkabouts. We had meetings together, and it's unfortunate that we still have these parking issues. It's not just here, but it's everywhere in a lot of cities that we see are in our neighboring cities. So maybe, through you, Mr. Chair, maybe we can add the property standards to our roundtable task force, which will be a great idea to address some of the issues that our residents have, but also how can we address those the parking related to those rooming houses?
Sorry, thank you very much, Councillor Barr. So we'll ask, I see the clerk nodding that we could have that added. Councillor Pletcher.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for coming and delegating. I'm going to talk a little bit, I think, about the prioritization, the phone calls that you have made or your residents, because you represent a ton of residents, especially in the area of Stonegate, that have been very vocal. We know a number of the issues, a number of the calls that they have made. What are you hearing about the interaction between the residents and 311 about the prioritizing of the calls that are coming in, whether it be, say for this instance, for the instance that you gave an example of the car parked in front of the driveway?
So what is happening is a lot of these calls seem to go unanswered. We go through the process of using the app, then sending an email, then calling by law, following up. And when that doesn't work, we're now contacting yourself and Councillor Barr, and that shouldn't be happening. I should not have to make 4 different requests and then now get both of you involved for something that needs to be dealt with by enforcement. I mean, I'm sure you have other things to do.
And I guess what I would like to understand, and I've asked this before about the prioritization specifically around the 311 callers, and who actually determines whether this is, is one of those priority one things, it's an emergency? Because the way I look at it is, it's an emergency in a sense that it's affecting that person's life at that time. It's not a cat in a tree, but it's not a pizza was delivered to the wrong address, which has happened. But it's if a car is blocked on a driveway, if there's, parking concerns, if there's, and I'm referring to more like those after hours calls where, we used to be the 24-hour, and then we changed it down to X number of hours. Are we, I guess a question through you, Mr. Chair, to staff is, who determines the 311 prioritization, and where are we in terms of the hours of operations for 311, answering calls as opposed to it going to voicemail? If staff can answer that question.
Thank you, Councillor. Through the chair, I'll get a bit more detail on the hours in a moment. I believe after hours they go to bylaw directly, but let me double check. In respect of the prioritization, that is, I'll turn it over to Laura. She can speak to, as you can imagine, if it's an emergency, we convey that or transfer to police, fire, as the nature would be.
For sure.
But prioritization of a call in terms of, as you mentioned, the P1, P2, that's more of a bylaw thing, and I'll turn it over to Laura to speak to that. Thank you.
Thanks, Jason, and through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Pellecci, the priorities is, there's a safety matrix that determines how a call is dispatched. After hours, it's corporate security that manages those calls. I believe that's from midnight to 7, something like that. But they're also aware of that matrix. I don't have the specifics of it, but I know that was developed primarily by bylaw in conjunction with our dispatch partners. So there is a criteria. I'm happy to give you more information on that.
Okay, so maybe if we can get some more information. That being said, and Kim, you know this, and a number of residents know, 311 is going through some changes. It is, I personally believe that, it is going to be a fantastic service that will be, once it's completed. But I haven't heard anything about what's going on in the minute. So maybe if we can have an update, if there is already an update or something that can be provided to council and to the public, just to Jason.
Yeah, through the chair, I can share it with council today, but if we have a lot of details on our website about the 311 call center modernization. Phase 2 is underway and aiming for later this year, probably September, October, for finalization on phase 2 around people being able to kind of follow the call through the process, and some reminders to internal parties or external parties who wherever the call is, residents will be able to kind of follow and see where their call is. And then just to follow up on the, as Laura mentioned, it's 311 is 7 a.m. to 7 a.m. to 12 a.m. and then it's over to security.
Okay, then it makes the move over.
Yeah,
Okay, but somebody's answering.
specifics, timelines.
You can leave a message, or you can stay on the line to get to somebody, right? So it's still a rolling it's 24-hour.
Correct.
Right. To the person that's in 311 that told me about what is coming, about grabbing residents and working with them to go through a process to make the system better. Kim's one of the people that I want on that list. So Kim, you're gonna come in, you're gonna work through, and so if I can just make that known now, I appreciate that. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Pellecci. Next, I have Councillor Brock.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Just want to add, so we do have Roma from 311 who has been an expert and has been working very digitally with our 311 Communication Center, especially with the modifying and improvements coming up. Maybe just for clarification, if if our Roma or staff can come up and just to kind of clarify how to prioritize and what are some of the things that residents do get confused with when they click something off and that may not be a priority or not. And just some clarification for some of our residents here, that's all. Yeah.
Good morning, through the chair.
Good morning.
Councillor Barr, and with regards, sorry, can you just, what was the exact question that you wanted in terms of priorities?
Thank you. Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Just want to ask, maybe we can clarify how priorities take place. Maybe there's, I knew residents do have to check mark a certain point where maybe if there's a parking issue, they have to check mark certain levels, and that kind of determines the prioritization. For some of the areas, can we just clarify how those procedures and steps are when they go through 311?
Run you through a service request?
Yes.
If I could just ask you to move the mic down, please,
Oh, the mic down, sorry.
so I can hear you.
Sorry,
Yeah,
I guess I'm a little
thank you.
short. My apologies. So when someone calls in for a parking request, for example, depending on what the parking request is, you can go on Tile, you can go online, you can go through the portal. They will click and there are options to choose down to. So if it's blocked, then that is an emergency, that is a priority call because someone can't get out of their driveway. If it is a 2 to 6, if it is a extended, like some sort of parking problem, I can't really answer to that because it just integrates indirectly into the Amanda bylaw system. And then those are picked up by the enforcement officers.
Thank you through you, Chair. And I think I just want to clarify that when you click off blocked, that's a priority, and when we click off 2 to 6, it's not a priority. Is that correct?
Oh, sorry, Rita wants to.
Good morning, through the chair. Yes, that is correct. I'll speak a little bit more from the operations side. So when the residents are clicking the appropriate parking violation, in the back end, bylaw enforcement application maps it according to priority 1, priority 2, priority 3. So a blocked driveway is definitely priority 1. A 2 to 6 time defense is priority 3. So the officers, and I'm not speaking on behalf of bylaw, but our officers will go out for the blocked driveway. 7 a.m., 12 a.m., we manage the dispatch. Therefore, we dispatch priority 1s. It's a top priority with regards to after hours, the service optimization part for security services. The matrix is outlined, clear and concise, what the officers get dispatched to. So priority 1s is always top of the list.
And after 12 a.m., if I may step in, it's usually urgent requests only, so harm to people, property, or animals.
Thank you. Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. And maybe for Kim, maybe what are some of the barriers that you're facing when you're going through 311?
Just getting a response. I mean, I get the automated response, but then a lot of the time nobody comes out and we're making the same report over and over. And it's not just me. It's our neighborhood. It's neighborhoods that are, surrounding us. And what happens is I think if we addressed some of these smaller issues, a lot of the bigger issues we are having would probably go away.
For sure. No, thank you for that. And I think a lot of it, I know City of Brampton, along with council members and Mayor Brown, we're all working together, trying to make sure bylaw officers are going up, but again, they're stretched out. That's definitely something that we're looking at. Priority 1s do take place, but I know with our team and our offices working together, hopefully we can fix up some of the areas, slowly and steadily. Thank you.
Do we know how big the backlog is for bylaw?
That's a good question. Do we have any,
So we have a question with regards to backlog, if someone from bylaw could provide a response, or could we get that information back in the report? Councillor Pleshy.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. So I think that's a difficult question to answer because and I think, Kim, you know this as well as I do, we've talked about it, where there's been calls that have come in, and then all of a sudden they're gone. And because of, for whatever reason, that car's gone, or it was something like that loud muffler one, where by the time you get out there, it's gonna be gone, or for various reasons. So I think that's a difficult question, but in general, could that question be potentially answered by way of the information that we're asking for it to come back? Could we, I don't know how you answer that question. Maybe, Laura, can you speak to that?
Through you, Mr. Chair, you're correct, Councillor Pelletier, quite often, we go to every priority one call. So that's why they're priority one. In regards to priority two, we hit most of those, or when we get there, the car is no longer there. So the officer will record that. So we can quantify how the parking calls are being handled and bring that back in some fashion.
Let me see if I can, and taken from somebody that's gone through the 311 app to complain about a vehicle that was parked on a bend during a snowstorm. I guess I, like many residents, and the ones that are here today, come to a point where I'm fed up, and I want to be heard, and I'm here screaming for help. So I want to know that when I call somebody, or residents want to know that when they call somebody, that individual that bylaw officer is waiting for my call and is going to run out and go to the call and fix the problem, okay? So that's the simplicity of what I want when I make a phone call, or when residents call. Now, how many other residents are like us throughout the night are making the same call? So I think if we can narrow down what the question is to say, how many officers are out there on any given night? Pick our busiest night. How many calls are coming in? Pick our busiest night. How many calls are each officer attending? How long does it take for each officer to attend the call? Now, I know that's a tricky one because there's a lot of times where they have to go out, and if they're waiting for somebody to show up, they have to wait, or if they have to do a report, that takes time, because if it's going to the courts, then they need to make sure that our officers, I think, do a fantastic job in terms of the documentation and everything that they need, that we certainly need, to make sure that this person is going to, not get off scot-free. So they do a fantastic job that way. So if maybe we can try and bulk that into what that question actually is. Do you know what I'm trying to say, Laura?
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, Councillor Pelletier, I think that actually is painting more of a real-life picture. And I'll work with the team to see how we can get that real data, workable data to council. I do know that we have made a lot of changes and enhancements, particularly with our tow roster, those kinds of, we have recent stats, but maybe we can take a bigger look at how the progression has happened.
Yeah, and as Vice Chair of Legislative Services, I hear about, all the good things that are happening right across. But maybe if we can, and I don't know what that timeline looks like, maybe you can report next week to let me know how long, because that looks like it may be a bigger scope, or we already have that information, I don't know. But I asked that to be part of the deferral, or the referral of the other one. Or did somebody ask that already?
No, we are adding these issues to the scope of discussions for future bylaw enforcement.
Sure.
And part of the roundtable.
But that report added to about Teresa's referral, that delegation. If I can have that information come back.
So I'll ask for the clerk to note that, for it to be added.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you.
Thanks, Kim, for your delegation.
Thank you. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Brar to add these items to the scope of discussion for future bylaw enforcement and roundtable, and also for receipt of the delegation. All in favor? That carries. And so with that, we now move on to our next delegation, which is from Jim McKay, Brampton resident regarding grass cutting and snow clearing. Welcome, sir.
Thank you. It's actually Mackay. I'm not the ABC sports broadcaster. I think he passed away a few years.
Mr. Mackay.
Anyway, I just want to thank everybody for listening to me today. Special thanks to Dennis and Martin, our counselors that have been fighting the good fight. I have a 5-minute speech here. It's pretty redundant, so I'm not going to go in it. So I'm going to fly by the seat of my pants, and you're going to hear some terms that you've heard lots of times before. But I really think when we talk about this problem, it's been ongoing for 2 years. And I don't think you know what you're solving for. I don't think strategically know what you're trying to solve for. Because when staff go out and bring something into compliance, they're in compliance. At that point in time, they've solved the problem. The fact that it happens again 2 weeks later is not their problem. So your objectives strategically need to be rethought. And to a certain extent, all the comments that are coming from this side should perhaps be set aside and listen and bring in the really good experts who know how to solve these types of problems. I spent 30 years in risk management. We dealt with problems every day. We use data, we use risk-based solutions, and strategic metrics. I know you've never heard that, Dennis and Martin, from me. It's a broken record. But I heard Laura say, I can get you that information today. I heard people say, well, what's the problem with repeat offenders? These are the strategic metrics that you need to have at your fingertips so you know progress is being made. You get facts that tell you this is what we've done. You never get facts about, well, this is still a problem. We haven't solved this. We don't know how to get to it. Because you need to have the right objectives in place. And that objective, pretty clearly, based on the amount of discussion we've heard about repeat offenders, is you need to prevent this from happening, not just bring it into compliance. It's happening over and over and over by the same people, and you're looking at this en masse instead of a focused approach against the repeat offenders that would cut your costs down, allow you to focus on the people that are causing the problem, and once those problems diminish, then you can start going back and solving everybody's problems. You don't have the resources, because we've been talking about this for 2 years, to answer everybody's call. You're going to have to figure out what gets done first, and it should be repeat offenders. Again, I heard the prioritization process works against on a security basis. Well, security has to be an override, so you can't avoid it. But why not deal with this on a repeat offender basis? Number one issue that's been talked about by everybody at this table today. If you focused on those, that message will get out just like the speeding tickets message got out. You can get there very, very quickly. That risk-based approach leverages data. You don't have the right metrics. I know it because I get the same output reports every single time, and there's so many questions that we should be asking. You can't get to the answers because the data is not there. You need to look at your data. You need to know, what do I want to know, and what are the things that I need to know that I'm not getting? Like, if a repeat offender's going crazy and we don't even know about it, that should be highlighted. That should be strategically, this council should say, we've wiped out 20% of the repeat offenders. And you need to put fines in place that increase, escalate, and are a deterrent. Because right now I heard that, well, it's a cost of business. They can just, okay, I'll pay it. They're not going to get me for another year. I'll pay it. In the meantime, I'll continue and not change my ways. Rod, you talked about education. I don't think this is an education problem. If you want it to be an education problem, the first time they get a fine, give them a pamphlet and say, read this so you don't do it again. But don't spend a lot of money on education when that's not we're losing the war here. We're losing the war because people are taking advantage of a system where trust used to be in place, and the trust is no longer in place, and people are running circles around us. And you're playing by the rules, and they're killing you. We see it all over the place in politics today. Sorry, this is off the cuff, so you're going to have to... I think my 4 points, just to finish, would be make sure you know what you're trying to solve for. I don't think it's compliance, and I don't think it's education. The issue is so pervasive that you need to look at this from a prevention standpoint. How do you prevent this from happening? That should be your number one question that I would be solving for.
Thank you very much, Jim.
Oh. This was supposed to be ad hoc. I was supposed to have lots of time, but sorry, I rambled.
I will ask Councillor Keenan to start us off with you on his first question. Thank you.
Thank you so much. You know, time and time again, I've heard you with the matrix, and we're not looking at the right stuff. And obviously, you feel like this is something that will make a significant difference. So I'm going to ask you to join that roundtable to provide us what those metrics should be, and let's utilize the experience that you have to do that. So thank you so much for your delegation and your passion, but just to keep it brief, I feel if we put you there, we'll get to the results that we're expecting, because I have heard you at town halls expressing the same thing time and time again, noting that there is improvement happening, but we need to balance it and show what those true numbers are and what those metrics should be. So happy to have you on that round table if you would accept, and then we could finally get to the bottom of it and not, be danced around, as you put it.
Yeah, I just want to say, I think there's improvement, and I'm not trying to be critical, but when you tell me that calls or issues or tickets have gone up 20%, I don't know if calls have gone up 50%. So I never know whether we're truly getting the right performance that we think we are. And until you look at this properly with the right lens, with the right outside influences, you're guessing.
Yeah, thank you so much for your delegation. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Councillor Santos.
Thanks so much for your delegation, Jim. And I hear your frustration as well in terms of the repeat offenders. You brought something up that's really important, and happy you're going to be on the task force as well. I'm going to bring back the model in Edmonton again, because what was interesting there was that they not only used data and 311 data and fines and tickets as data, but they also did something, because they have a task force dealing with this with residents as well, which is great. So we're kind of moving in that direction in dealing with repeat offenders. They also have something, they collect community impact statements on those problem properties that are having such a huge impact on their neighboring properties and their neighbors' mental health, well-being, quality of life. And that's what, unfortunately, where this frustration is coming from. Because you want your neighborhood to be clean and safe. You take care of your property, you do the grass, you take care of the garbage properly, and then for some reason, the neighbor next to you or two doors down from you, you're also doing work to hold them accountable to take care of their property. So the frustration is very real, because they are repeatedly not taking care of the property and impacting everyone else. So one of the things that they did in Edmonton with their problem property initiative was take community impact statements that would also withhold in court. They said to us during this experience, and I think we're going to be able to implement a lot of best practices from them, that sometimes municipalities are scared that someone's going to take them to court, and that the landlord's going to take them to court. And the deputy chief, who was the person in charge of this program, said, you know what, let them take us to court. At the end of the day, the people who are suffering because of this one problematic property are the residents who surround them. So let them take us to court. And so they started developing community impact statements and collecting evidence to add to the data that you're talking about in terms of the complaints coming in, the fines that are being charged, et cetera. So I think that When we bring the report forward, the RRL update report, we will add also recommendations to take a look at the City of Edmonton model to include things like the community impact statements that are collected, their subclass tax rate, how they've created other internal task force to deal with repeat offenders. Does that sound good to you, Jim?
Well, you don't have to recreate the wheel here, right? If somebody's built a mousetrap that's working,
Yeah.
it's a lot easier to implement, it'll cost you less, and you can move much faster.
Thank you for your delegation.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Councillor Medeiros.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you for the delegation, Jim. Again, I do appreciate all the comments. I think you touched on something I think that we sort of deal with here, because, you know, one of the first impressions I keep hearing and trying to demystify it, staff, when they present reports, all our data, our results-based plan, there's a whole level of accountability in this organization. There's a senior leadership table. Staff report to the commissioner. The commissioner reports that come to council. That is our duty. We don't get into the weeds on that specific address. We look at the broad data, and there has been improvement. There has been investments. I won't get into the whole sort of broad contextual piece as, you know, same thing that our police officers struggle with. As our population over the last 10 years has really outgrown, we're struggling to keep, you know, from the policing perspective, to keep adequate policing to our population growth, because you can't just keep throwing money, because that'd be a huge impact on the tax bill. Similar to the struggles police have, we can't just keep hiring bylaw officers over and over and over. So one of the challenges that you've, you know, I think have been very effective on saying is, how do you regulate personal behavior? It's the same thing I would throw back to you is, why can't police stop speeding? Why can't police stop crime? It's individual behavior. So this idea that we can get it in front, what we can do, you know, and I think you're effective on doing this, is we get reports, staff put in time, they have the stats, they have the results base, but anecdotally, because I live in the same community as you, I will know certain people got ticketed, and again, I know there's a process we have to follow. And I think a little bit of what we're dealing with here is, you know, talking about the effectiveness. How effective is this? So I'm not sure if you might know, we do have an audit committee. I believe Councillor Keenan is. So this council has the opportunity to effectively do an audit on programs and services they think that need to be looked at. So I think, you know, one of the things, I'm happy to refer this delegation to the audit committee regarding our enforcement perspective. That's where, because what I see is, you know, from our perspective, we get reports. I'm not a bylaw officer. Even though I've gone out with the bylaw officers, I've spent the day in their shoes, because I see there's a disconnect with the community, what their expectations are, and the fine work that our folks are doing. And to simply, you know, what I keep hearing as sort of a, I would say as a theme, is that there's a lack of effectiveness or there's no program evaluation. And I can tell you from our perspective, being around this table, staff probably do this on a daily basis. There's a lot of pressure on them from this council because we're getting pressure from the community. So I think the real struggle that we're having right now is the overall results we're seeing, and we compare it probably to other communities. We have improved. It's not, again, what people's expectations are, because people's expectations are they don't want to see that same number house, you know, still have that garbage, still have that so on. But effectively, you know, we've challenged our staff, and I think if, you know, having spent the day with them, having understand the processes we're going, you know, I do think it merits us looking at when you talk about effectiveness, but we're never going to get to that absolute number where it stops. And that's the struggle with. So, you know, as we continue on this, it's a sort of, you know, you talk about the lost war. I'm not sure if it's a lost war. We continue to sort of, you know, to go after it. But then after, you know, when I mirror what happens in sort of crime issues, when everyone talks about need bail reform, everyone gets off the street, crime keeps going on, crime keeps going. We, you know, and to a smaller degree, are struggling with that same, what is sort of that bail reform that we need here? What do we go after the defendants? And I think, you know, one of the things I think Councillor Santos touched upon is having more resources from the province. You know, we can't just go levy taxes on a home. And the possibility of this doing this from a provincial perspective, I think it's almost going to be zilch. So what I think right now, I think you've touched upon something, because there seems to be a lack of confidence, how do we restore confidence that, you know, things are measurably getting better? Because I do see out there, people here, things are getting better, but these are recurring issues. And, you know, I think there is, just to, so people understand, there's program evaluation going on, there's policy reform, there's levels of accountability, there's a leadership team, people know. And right now, we have an election coming up, and that's probably the most, for example, accountability that we will face. But, you know, I think, I just didn't want people to leave here today to think there isn't conversations around the table. How do we constantly improve our you know, enforcement? How do we ensure we're not getting bylaw officers? That is probably on top of mind every day. So I think, you know, trying to get some restore confidence, you know, with sending it to an audit, having an audit of our enforcement, is that something that you think would restore confidence, someone who's in that field, to come back and get that information to sort of see what a third party would see? And we've, you know, to my knowledge and my understandability, again, there's channels of accountability. This goes through 3 or 4 layers of people on it. And ultimately, we're accountable to you. But would an audit sort of give you that sort of understanding? Because comparatively, I would challenge, probably to all neighboring communities, we're not that bad in terms of our enforcement. Doesn't mean that we're opportune, that you're not going to be happy, because this is ongoing, you know, addressing the issue. So I'm just wondering from your perspective, do you think an audit of our enforcement would have that effectiveness in trying to restore confidence that we're on the right page?
Martin, that was a 5-minute question. So I think at some point in time, an audit would be helpful. I think there's enough knowledge circulating here that you could start. I really like the Edmonton idea. There's been other things that have been raised, you know, for things you could do. I think I would concentrate on what are the low-hanging fruit that you can focus on and get out the door quickly, and maybe 2 years down the road, have an audit then. But I also want to be clear. I didn't say that there hasn't been improvement. What I said was, because the metrics aren't very good, I don't know whether that's true or not. And so, and if you, it's just simple trending. If your calls are going up 20%, but you're only getting 10% satisfactory conclusions on your work by the enforcement, you're actually falling further behind. And you can't make that comparison based on the data that everybody presents to us all the time. So you need to have that reporting data in place so that you can get those answers, and that will help instill the confidence, as well as you say, here's my objectives, and you say, I'm using the Edmonton report, it's going to solve these things. These other items are going to solve that. Here's the ones that we can't get to right away because we've got resource constraints. Get those things in place and then say, okay, and now we're going to top it off with an audit down the road that says, what have we done and how good have we done it? And they'll be able to help you with that.
Yeah, and through you, Mr. Chair, you know, I appreciate when you're looking at the data sets. You know, I would challenge probably other municipalities probably, you know, report on the same data sets and metrics, and maybe the roundtable will help restore some confidence on those data sets that you think that we're not, or that you think are not being compiled, that is not informing more effective programming or response. And I think that this connection a little bit, because again, from what I've seen here, in terms of where we're going from bylaw and where we're going, you know, I think we've been effective. As an organization, our municipality is really focused on this issue, more so in other communities, and more so, and I'm not sure if it might be a surprise, other municipalities come to Brampton to try to get resources, speak to our bylaw officers because of their expertise, because they don't face the amount of issues that we have and the complexity of those issues. And I think, one of the things that we should be sort of proud as a community is the fact that there is this laser focus on this issue. And I just think that, some of the sort of language that you keep referring to in terms of not the right metrics, while, in terms of other municipalities, they're looking at the exact same metrics that we are. There isn't a magical, metric out there that will provide us that input that will be able to make us more effective. And that is sort of the challenge. And having a roundtable is going to be great for us to all sit around and discuss this, but I don't want to underestimate or sell short that this isn't laser focused by our staff. And, I appreciate.
So Martin, just say,
Yeah.
you can be improving and still falling behind.
Understandable.
Okay, so I'm not having this debate with you. I'm not saying I haven't seen improvement. I talked to you, I talked to Dennis, I've seen good work happen. But today, in this discussion, there were 3 requests from this side of the office or the building for new metrics, and Laura said, oh, okay, I'm gonna go back and get you that. Like, that came from this discussion. That's not Jim Mackay saying this is a strategic metric. You guys are saying, I need this information. That's when you have information on repeat offenders, you can go to people and say, I know it's a problem, but we've knocked it down by 80%. And people go, 80%? And that's the confidence building. But when I look at a stat that I can't draw any conclusions from, other than you're telling me it's working and then 10 people stand up here and criticize what's happening to them personally, you're never going to win that war that way. It's never going to happen.
Thank you, Jim. Any further questions?
Yeah, no, I'd like to refer, if it's possible, to refer to audit committee as well. Not only receive it, but also refer to audit committee. I thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councilor Medeiros. So we have Legislative Services wishes to speak. Laura.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. We are scheduled to have an audit committee exercise in 2027. So I think this is very good timing if we've got the roundtable, take those findings as well. So I see a flow here, which is I think going to be quite helpful. One of the things that I'd like to say, Jim, thank you again we've had a few conversations, and I've come to realize that part of what the gap perhaps is I know what the current volumes are and the improvements. Perhaps we're not doing a good enough job of sharing all of that data. So, your lens is going to be very helpful for us to understand where the gaps are in our communication. Just for example, parking calls have gone up 2%, but tickets have gone up by 50%. So
that's a great metric.
I know. I thought I'd make you smile. So
hey, my confidence building already.
There you go. So, but truly, we do appreciate the different perspectives, and I think we have an opportunity here to see continued improvement.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion of referral to the audit committee and also a motion of receipt for the delegation from Mr. Jim Mackay. All in favor? That carries. Thank you, Jim. And we're now looking at the time, but I do believe we have 2 more delegations that I think we need to get to. Our second to last is from Mike Agius, Brampton resident, regarding enforcement operations citywide, including complaints and processes and service delivery relating to property standards and parking enforcement. Welcome, Mike.
Hi. Respectfully, can I just request an extra minute or 60 seconds, please?
In looking at our committee, you have it.
Thank you. I want to acknowledge Mayor Brown, Councillor Dennis Keenan, and Councillor Rowena Santos. Many of the enforcement changes residents asked over the past several years were changes that we were once told were impossible. Because of your willingness to listen and challenge existing processes and push for meaningful reform, many of your changes now have been implemented. In February 2025, the enforcement SOPs were approved by Council, and the report acknowledged that the previous reactive enforcement model was inefficient. It stated that officers' time was largely consumed by traveling between different enforcement calls, often requiring multiple trips across the city during a shift. It is now mid-2026, And recently, after speaking to an officer, he stated that during his shift, he would be able to attend 7 to 12 calls on average per day. He confirmed that he spends most of his day driving around. He also shared that the officers refer to this as spinning wheels all day. The Amanda system distributes files to officers based on a flawed methodology. A single property with multiple violations can generate multiple COBE files. Those files are often assigned to multiple officers and therefore will be investigated separately. The current auto-rotation distribution methodology creates an even distribution workload on paper to officers, to enforcement officers. However, it creates an inefficient system that produces a never-ending backlog. We do not always need to solve problems with more money and more staff. The question that needs to be addressed is, why does the enforcement management continue to allow the Amanda system to continue to waste resources by needlessly deploying officers all over the city, which has already been recognized a year ago to be inefficient? The Enforcement 2025 SOP also described the proactive loop methodology as a way that officers to attend known areas of concern in an efficient geographical order. The SOPs also stated that officers assigned to these loops are supposed to prioritize capturing all violations. What residents are actually experiencing is that the proactive loop does not function as a true street-level proactive enforcement. A property can be identified through what residents is told is a proactive loop, while another property less than 100 feet away in worse condition receives no action at all. If the loop is truly proactive, then residents should reasonably expect violations to be in the immediate area to be addressed while the officer is already there. If the loop is only following up on active complaints, then it should not be communicated to residents as proactive enforcement. Those are two very different things. What enforcement leadership is delivering is a reactive model with a proactive label attached to it. The February 2025 SOP states that progressive enforcement does not reset for each violation. Officers are to review the premise, enforcement history, and where education has been reasonably provided to proceed to enforcement. We see the same problematic properties year after year, despite our repeated reporting and following up. Residents are asking why escalated enforcement is not being applied consistently. A chronic non-compliant property should not be able to cycle through various infractions and be given repeat warnings, as residents get the same short-term compliance and the same relapse following by the same lack of consequences. I have personally observed an officer say, "I'm not going to give you a ticket if you clean up the garbage by the end of the day." Despite the property being a very problematic property, and it has been confirmed that the property was on the proactive loop. This is not enforcement. This is a loop of non-compliance. Properties have documented history of non-compliance. The appropriate enforcement response of escalation is clearly documented in the February 2025 SOP, and that's not being followed. Enforcement escalation highlights part of the issue as well. Escalation should be the exception for residents to get resolution, and unfortunately, it has often become the only path of resolution. This demonstrates that the regular process is simply not working. Residents' responsibility should end once the issue has been reported. However, the reality is that residents are left to manage their complaint to ensure their resolution. Residents should not have to track COBE numbers for months, as they should be able to trust the process. Taxpayers already fund a well-paid bureaucracy of supervisors, managers, senior enforcement personnel whose mandate is to oversee operations, monitor compliance trends, review enforcement outcomes, and ensure procedural consistency. Given the city's reported increases in patrol, enforcement actions, fines, technology, and related resources, the city already possesses significant administration and operational capacity within the existing staffing structure. However, increased activity does not prove that there has been gains in efficiency and improved outcomes that residents were told they could expect. I am respectfully requesting council to support an independent operational review of how the Amanda system assigns files and what efficiencies can be optimized with existing resources. I am happy to be a resident advisor of the review to ensure taxpayers-funded enforcement resources are being used efficiently. Residents deserve proof that legislative services and enforcement management are efficiently managing the resources it already has. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, and thank you, Mike, for your delegation. You're probably one of the smartest residents when it comes to knowing our bylaws inside and out. You definitely have taught me a thing or two, so thank you for that. I understand the frustration with the Amanda system, to the point where I didn't know it was called the Amanda system in this particular. I've only heard us talk about that when it came to planning. So I know the frustrations when a bylaw officer is driving by and tons of properties there, and we're told that that car is going to other calls. It's been happening for quite some time. So I will take your suggestion here, because I've recently seen technology, and we're going through this with AI and stuff on how things can be done better and more efficiently. I've seen one go through Public Works when it comes to potholes, and how that software can, tell you the size of the pothole, direct the routes where people should go, and the efficiency that it brings. When I looked at it, I said, wow, this should be in 311 for multiple more things. But I think what I'll do is I'll refer this to staff to look at new technology and AI and report back to council on more efficiencies when it comes to what that could be. The next piece is the proactive portion. It's something we've been talking about for a long time. Pieces of it. I do know that Rob Higgs has been working on something. So if I could ask, maybe Rob, to the commissioner, do we know when something like that will be coming and being presented to us, or would you like me to refer this to have that report brought to council?
Through you, Mr. Chair. Councillor Keenan, perhaps we can give a highlight of what that new pilot's going to look like, maybe after we get through the delegations and bring the RL report up. We're prepared to introduce it.
So perfect, and just on time, I just want to thank you again, and hopefully these two items that you've brought up, amongst others, will be solved through these delegations and working with staff. So thank you so much.
Perfect, thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Santos, come back, Mike.
Thank you through you, Mr. Chair. Just a very quick thank you, Mike, for your perseverance. I know that you do this because you want to see our neighborhoods look better, for us to do better. And I know that the repeat offenders continues to be a frustration for everyone. When we bring up the RL report at the end of these delegations, we'll hear about the proactive pilot that folks have been working on, which is going to be a new thing on top of the task force and some of the other things we're going to be doing based on all of these delegations. So thank you so much, Mike.
Thank you, Rowena.
Thank you very much. We have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan to refer this delegation to staff and to receive the delegation. All in favor? That carries. Thank you, Mike.
Thank you.
And now we will welcome Kathleen McDermott, Brampton resident, in regards to property standards concerns. Kathleen, welcome.
Thank you, Chair. Thank you, Mayor Brown and members of council, for the opportunity to address my concerns regarding enforcement of property standards in the city of Brampton. I'm here today to speak about what I believe is an ongoing failure to consistently, effectively, and most importantly, efficiently enforce property standards across our city. The responsibility of service delivery ultimately rests with enforcement management, and it's our neighborhoods that bear the consequences while enforcement continues to fall short. Before I continue, however, I'd like to thank those members of councils, especially my ward councillors, who have repeatedly met with residents, listened to our concerns, and worked with us to find solutions. Your continued willingness to engage with residents has been appreciated. Additionally, I would like to call out Councillors Keenan and Santos for specifically championing the RRL. Thank you for your tremendous work to date. I know we can count on you both to continue making positive changes, so thank you. Unfortunately, the public holds council responsible for many of the shortcomings. They're actually the responsibility of city bureaucrats, in this case, enforcement management. Council members have consistently engaged with residents in a meaningful way and always advocated on behalf of us in pursuit of meaningful solutions, so thank you. Accountability for service delivery ultimately rests with enforcement leadership. Despite repeated attempts by residents to engage constructively with enforcement, many feel their concerns are dismissed rather than meaningfully addressed. Property standards and municipal bylaws exist for a reason. Residents expect that when violations are reported, they will be investigated promptly, addressed fairly, and resolved effectively to minimize repeat and ongoing violations. Unfortunately, the reality experienced by residents is very, very different. Over the past several years, I've spoken with numerous residents who have reported concerns regarding neglected property maintenance, chronic parking violations, including parking on lawns, overcrowded, overflowing garbage, and many other property standard infractions. Many of these concerns are concentrated in rental properties, whether legal or illegal. Time and time again, residents describe long delays, repeated file closures without meaningful resolution, inconsistent enforcement, and outcomes that do not accurately reflect the conditions that were first reported. As a result, public confidence in the city's enforcement process has severely eroded. Many residents no longer believe that reporting violations will actually lead to meaningful action and have given up entirely. Many residents are reluctant to appear before council through public delegations. So I not only speak for myself, I speak for many residents who are frustrated and extremely discouraged. In May 2024, Mike and I met with Mayor Brown to discuss these concerns. We met again in 2025 and were joined by the Commissioner of Legislative Services, under whose portfolio enforcement reports. During the discussions, we discussed enforcement standard operating procedures, and it became very apparent that the challenges stem from how these procedures are designed and applied. The questions remain what council and residents understand as zero tolerance and proactive, what they actually mean, and whether enforcement's operational definitions reflect those expectations. Similarly, residents consider proactive enforcement differs significantly from what is being delivered on the ground. Many residents believe that the current emphasis on education as a primary enforcement response is not aligned with community expectations. Residents understand the value of education, but also expect meaningful consequences for repeat offenders and chronic noncompliance. Unfortunately, there is a Grand Canyon-sized gap between council's expectations, residents' lived experiences, and enforcement's operational practices. Council has consistently demonstrated a desire to protect our neighborhoods and maintain community standards. Residents expect bylaws and property standards to be enforced in a fair, timely, and effective manner, yet procedures used by enforcement often produce outcomes that fall extremely short of those expectations and residents' lived experiences. Residents are not seeing results, and that is why we are here. I'm formally requesting that council undertake an independent, thorough review of enforcement leadership structure, their standard operating procedures, performance metrics, and accountability mechanisms. A process designed without consideration for resident outcomes and lived experiences cannot accurately measure success. Success cannot be solely measured by the number of files closed. Success should be measured by whether neighborhood concerns are resolved, community standards are maintained, and residents experience tangible improvements in their neighborhoods. Council has consistently aligned and championed our cause and demonstrated its commitment to protecting Brampton's neighborhoods. I'm asking today that enforcement practices be brought into alignment with that vision so that residents have confidence that property standards are being meaningfully enforced. I'm leaving behind a package today containing more than 150 photographs taken over just the past 2 weeks. These images provide a snapshot of conditions across our neighborhoods and should raise serious concerns and questions about the effectiveness as what's being described as proactive enforcement. The images will speak for themselves. So again, thank you for your time today and your continued commitment to the residents of Brampton. I thank you.
Thank you very much, Kathleen.
Thank you.
Councillor Keenan.
Thank you, and through you, Mr. Chair, thank you, Kathleen, for your continued dedication to the city. I strongly, listening to your delegation, I feel like council here today have directed staff to report back on a lot of the items that you brought up in your delegation. So my only question to you is there anything that we have missed that you would like to, like for council to do still?
I think we're looking for outcomes, and I think it's a step in the right direction when community members are being invited into audit processes and to participate actively. I know there was a suggestion of having a committee, and it might not be this term, it might be next term. That is something that we've been asking for, and we haven't unfortunately had a meaningful bi-directional engagement with enforcement. This is typically, we find there's a lack of collaboration there. Despite our best efforts, at town halls, we hear the same thing over and over again. So having some sort of community presence and having enforcement at the table and having to listen to us, because they're reporting on things that aren't necessarily important to us. Yeah, great, there's, you've stopped A, B, or C, but it's really X, Y, and Z that's top priority as. The priorities need to align. So having that bidirectional communication, I think, will be helpful.
Okay, so thank you again for coming in. I do believe that that's going to be a big part of how we can change things. I know that yourself and a lot of residents of mine and Councillor Medeiros were involved in the 311 dialogue to help fix some issues we're having with 311, and we've seen the success there, so I look forward to seeing the success here as well. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. And I think after Kathleen's delegation, we should move the RL report up and just deal with that, and also have Rob Higgs talk about the proactive pilot program that we're going to be implementing very soon. So a couple of things with respect to the communication and I guess regular communication with bylaw enforcement with the residents. I'm going to bring it up again. So in Edmonton, just so people know, in Edmonton, they shared that part of their problem property initiative also includes a monthly coffee meeting in the community with bylaw enforcement officers and fire prevention officers and fire as well. And that open dialogue, informal way for residents to actually communicate directly with enforcement officers on a monthly basis in different neighborhoods has really established a level of public trust and understanding in the implementation of how they deal with chronic repeat offenders when it comes to problem properties. So that's another thing I think when we bring the report up and ask staff to look at the Edmonton model that we could also look at and implement. Another piece that I just want to highlight too in dealing with repeat offenders, one thing that we've been talking about, Councillor Keenan and I, with bylaw enforcement, is upon renewal of an RRL license, if you are deemed as a chronic repeat offender, in order to renew your license, you need to pay a security deposit up front. And you have to pay it because you're known as a repeat offender, problem property that's requiring so much resources and time. And just like if you're renting out a hotel room, they hold $500.
Councillor Tour.
A point of order, just, I don't think this is a question to the delegation or related to this delegation. If we're discussing the report, then please let me know, Mr. Chair.
I'm not done my question.
Councillor Tour, we have brought the report
Yeah.
forward. So
Yeah.
we are dealing both with the delegation and before us is also the report 10.2.2.
Yeah. So Kathleen, would something like that be an interesting solution in terms of like, for residents to consider as an improvement? So we're identifying after 18 months of implementing the pilot program and now rolling it out across the city, who the repeat offenders are. If we can't get a subclass property tax bracket because the provincial legislation is not able to allow us to do that, can we look at something similar to, you're renting a hotel room, they're charging back $500 because they want to make sure they get their room back, in proper order. In a similar way, in order to renew your license, if you're a repeat offender, you require an X amount security deposit, and we will hold that until you start changing your behavior. What do you think about that?
So it's a bit of an answer. So we had suggested, or we had met with Mayor Brown to address our concerns about multi-unit properties taking resources and having the impact assessment, it's being reassessed. And unfortunately, it's out of it's provincial jurisdiction to increase property taxes because we're concerned with the, garbage resources. And I know Councillor Tour had suggested extra bins or something like that at the beginning of the meeting today. It's who's paying for those resources? Who gets to, all the way down the line, there's resources to manage that process and then picking up the garbage. I pay property tax for 2 bins. So when you get 4 bins, who's going to levy that? So we had so we have gone to our provincial representative and pushed the question about impact. So I'm not a keyboard warrior, so I get up and I go and I do those things that, I learn from council when I engage. The other thing we had done, attended a town hall, and Mike had actually made the suggestion at the time to enforcement with regards to some sort of deposit. And every time we make a suggestion like that, it's always turned around, no, why it can't be done. Whereas when we come to council, we always get counselors working with us and finding a path to what we need. So there's always a workaround. So yes is my answer, and we have made that suggestion before, but it was met with a no. So it's very refreshing for you to be able to suggest that, Councillor Santos.
And if I may ask Councillor Santos that we wrap up the delegation first so that we can then deal with the report.
Happy to receive the delegation from Kathleen.
All right, so thank you, Kathleen. We have a motion of receipt moved by Councillor Keenan to receive your delegation. All in favor? That carries. Thank you. And now we will work on item 10.2.2, the report on the RRL. Councillor Santos, you still have the floor.
Thank you. Through you, Mr. Chair, if I would ask Director Rob Higgs to please share with us the proactive pilot that we're planning to implement. Some details on that, please. Is he here? Yeah, there he is. And then if I would ask the clerk if you could just queue up the added recommendations based on our discussion that I've provided earlier today as well.
Through you, Chair. Thanks very much, Councillor. At the direction of the CAO, he'd asked that we put forward a ward-based proactive enforcement pilot. What this will do is it will provide ward-specific, councillor-informed, proactive enforcement. While the full framework will be sent out later today to the councillors, explaining the entire nuances of it, the short version would be that we will provide you with the top 5 repeat offenders in your ward, as well as what calls are associated to it, and then invite you to look at that list. We will focus on those 5, and then we'll invite you to add to that list, whether through specific properties that are a concern that you're seeing that isn't demonstrated within the 311 data, yet is still a community concern, as well as if it's generic streets that are a consistent issue. We will make endeavors to ensure it's the same staff assigned on the rotating ward basis to increase familiarity within those reasons. What we've presented, we can implement without negatively impacting the operational budget or existing resident requested service and delivery expectations, or our councillor requested and resident requested escalation services.
Councillor?
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. So it sounds like we're going to be implementing, and when will that be implemented, Rob?
So I'll start asking for input today, and we'll be able to implement on June 29th.
Awesome. And then the other piece is, because we've had a bit of a conversation on this as well, sometimes it's not just one problem repeat offender in the neighborhood. Sometimes it's like one particular street or one particular section of a street. I see nodding heads in the room because you know what I'm talking about, because it's the broken window syndrome, right? If one repeat offender can get away with it, then the next repeat offender will also practice the same thing. So can we also recommend potentially pockets of neighborhoods where there is a cluster of the same problem?
Absolutely. If it's just a street in specific or a group of streets, and then beyond what is identified either through the data or through the recommendations, the officers are dedicated to that ward pairing during that time. Mm-hmm. So if they run out of the suggestions, they will continue with enforcement throughout the remainder of their assignment.
Fantastic. And not to, and it's something, we're all going to be very excited to see that happen. And Jim earlier brought up a really good point, which I know, Rob, you've shared in the past as well, and Councilor Majero's pointed it out too. There have been improvements. And you can see from the report, there have been improvements. The statistics of 2% complaints, and then what was the stat on the parking, Laura, 65 or whatever percent increase in the number of fines. So while there have been improvements after 18 months of implementing this pilot and growing it now across the city, we are catching up, right? Rob, you framed it to me in this almost the same way that Jim framed it.
Absolutely. I can give you a quick rundown with enhancements, thanks to Jim, just to make sure that we do get that. The parking was 2% increase, with tickets up 50% and parking fines up 173%.
Right.
Property standards and municipal calls are up 26%, with tickets up 92% and fines are up 143%. The discrepancy between the tickets going up and the fines going up is partly representative of our graduated penalties and demonstrative of us capturing those repeat offenders. Towing is up 201%. Again, we tow repeat offenders, and it's up significantly. And it was also indicated that we don't bring all the stats to council, but what we bring is to demonstrate that we are trending in the right direction after 18 months of a 36-month process.
Thank you, Robin. Through the chair, and to Jim's point, it's just there's a lot to catch up on, and there's a lot. And what sticks out the most for residents and for me too, when I'm doing walkarounds in neighborhoods, are the repeat offenders, are the ones that the residents we have to keep calling in, that escalated to our office. Those are the ones that stick out the most. And when those stick out the most, it feels like nothing's happening and nothing's changing. So I think hopefully some of the proactive work and the motions that were passed and referred to staff from the delegations will also help us move us forward, continue moving forward as well. And then finally, Madam Clerk, I just have 2 changes to the recommendations in the report, if we could put it up on the screen. Okay, so the report is to receive the report, and also that staff be directed to engage with the City of Edmonton and review comparable municipal best practices related to problem properties and repeat offenders, and report back on options for potential implementation in the City of Brampton. And also that staff be directed to advocate to the appropriate provincial ministries for legislative changes to address identified barriers as requested. So those barriers include our inability in the province of Ontario to create a subclass property tax bracket to deal with problematic properties in the same way that Alberta does. So that's just one example. And that is just the amended recommendations to the report. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Councillor Power, speaking to the motion.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Rob, can you just explain for the public what's the difference between this proactive approach versus the last proactive approach?
So what was specifically requested is that the ward pairings have direct input into it. One of the things I did note when I looked at the top 5 properties in each ward pairing is that some of the ones that the councillors have spoken to us about are not in that top 5. That doesn't make them any less important. In fact, the community is raising them. They are of significant importance. So what this will do, it'll give us another pathway to direct our proactive efforts.
Thank you, Councillor Power. Councillor Tour.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. I'd just like to, when the vote comes up, I'd like to vote separately on all those 3 items that I see on the screen here. I'm happy to support receiving the interim update report. Staff have been doing a good job on their enforcement. Like in wards 9 and 10, just generally speaking of enforcement, not particularly to RRL. we don't seem to have concerns that are not addressed. So I'm happy to receive that report and see that they've done a thorough job in highlighting the numbers in the report, and dividing them up in terms of call volumes or new licenses, bringing properties into compliance, all those different metrics there. So happy to receive that, but I'm not supportive of a direction to engage with the city of Edmonton or other municipalities to see what they're doing. And I'm not going to be advocating to the provincial government to create a subclass of properties as well. So I'll be voting against those two items. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor Tour. So I will request that we first consider the motion moved by Councillor Santos that the report prepared by Allison Sander, Manager of Special Projects and Administration in Legislative Services, to our Committee of Council meeting of June 17th, 2026 regarding the residential rental licensing program interim update be received. All in favor? That carries. And next item, that staff be directed to engage with the City of Edmonton and review comparable municipal best practices related to problem properties and repeat offenders, and report back on options for potential implementation in the City of Brampton. Who is in favor? Who is against?
I'm opposed to it.
So noted by the clerk. And that staff be directed to advocate to the appropriate provincial ministries for legislative changes to address identified barriers as required. Who is in favor? And who is against?
Opposed to it.
The clerk has noted. And so the three motions carry with noted opposition. And so with that, members of committee, I will ask of your indulgence for us to receive a delegation from Pushkar Chavan, Brampton resident, regarding the third hospital required for Brampton. I understand Mr. Chavan has one of our youngest residents accompanying him here today, and so that is why we are moving this delegation up. Welcome. Welcome, Pushkar.
Thank you. Thanks for giving this opportunity. I have Amit Kumar, whom I'll be talking about a little later. I have for this delegation Atul Jani, Prashant, and Jitu with me. So, I wanted to have this delegation for the third hospital. And, during my research and when, we were talking about the topics, this is the first point I wanted to call out, right? What I realized is there are few cases which I want to make sure that, this office hears about it. That is of Amit Kumar, right? And this is all concerning with the case of third hospital or even the second hospital now. Amit Kumar's wife was admitted on May 8th for her delivery of second child. Okay. Unfortunately, there was a complication on sepsis during her delivery. And after a few days, she was discharged.
Mr. Chavan, I will ask you just to pause for a moment while we wait for folks who are attempting to leave the chambers to be able to do so.
Sure.
If we could pause the clock. And if I can ask for quiet, please. Mr. Chavan, please.
Yeah, so I'll correct myself. It was May 9th. And on May 9th, she delivered a beautiful boy. And on May 11th, she was discharged and with early symptoms of sepsis. Okay. Throughout this hospitalization, she was not administered any antibiotics, or apart from being advised to take Tylenol and Advil whenever her pain reoccurs. On May 12th, they again came into the emergency ward with complaints of severe abdominal pain. And that night, they were again told that she is fine and they can go back home. After 2 days, she again came into the emergency ward, wherein she breathed her last on that particular day, after 2 days. Okay. All this while, there were no antibiotics given to her. And we can all attribute this issue with lack of doctors, lack of overwhelmed, doctors, a lot of people coming into emergency ward. But somebody being in such a situation and not being prescribed antibiotics when the body itself cannot fight, it's a sheer criminal activity. First of all, I will request this office to help with an inquiry or an inquest for her death. During the funeral, now the second part, during the funeral of Ms. Priya Sharma, her father, who was in India, could not visit this place for the funeral, died of a brain stroke when watching her funeral live. So you can imagine what the family has gone through. I'm like, none of us in this auditorium will like to have any of our friends, even associated with us or our family, going through this. I'm like, this is something that I wanted to discuss as my first point. And all this while, he's been requesting the hospital to provide some consideration or some childcare help. He got none. Councillor Brar has been very helpful to initiate a kind of a food bank service or something that can help this family. Okay. To keep in mind that this family also had the second partner, Ms. Priya Sharma, who was helping to raise this family equally, right? So that part of the income is gone. So financially also, along with emotional, they are all distressed, right? So I thank Ms. Brar to help here. This is Nitin Kumar. Nitin, you want to say something?
Good afternoon, everyone, and thank you for the time. My name is Amit Kumar. I stand before you today as a husband who lost his I'm sorry, I don't know if I can talk.
If I may ask committee for additional time. Carrie.
Yeah. Amit, you want to sit down? You can sit down, have a glass of water. Thank you. Coming back to my topic of the third hospital, right? I think we all are, we know that we require the third hospital or the second hospital to be done as fast as possible, right? We wanted to know the status, exactly what status is for the second and third hospital. We've been trying to get in touch with the MPP, our local MPP, and we have an appointment with Mr. Sarkaria by end of this month, so that because we know that there is a portion that city helps, 10%, and 90% comes from the state government or the provincial government. So you wanted to know that how city has been following up, making sure that we have the second hospital and the third hospital on time. We have also heard reports where now the local clinics in Brampton are being directed to refer patients only to Brampton Civic Hospital and not Mississauga Hospital or Georgetown Hospital. And we have, we did not get time to click photos and present it here, but we do have heard of those cases. So that's my third question. Is there any directive given from the city in that respect? My fourth one is why there is no MRI center in Brampton? Is it being planned along with the second or third hospital? And the fifth one, right? And this is something that Amit told us and many people told us, right? That whenever we visit a civic hospital, Brampton Civic Hospital, the equipments that have been certified as audited are broken. They are not working. So I will request this office to do a re-audit for those equipments or to do re-audit of the auditors. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chavan. I do have speakers. Mayor Brown.
Well, thank you for the courage to come forward today with your delegation and share your pain and your story. I know you've asked a few questions, and I'll do my best to respond to them. I know Councillor Brar wants to speak to this too. First of all, this council believes, and we passed a motion unanimously, that the protocols and preparation for sepsis is inadequate in Ontario. We passed a motion based on a family that came in with an experience in Credit Valley where they lost the mother as well. And so we started a request to the province to have this immediately looked into. The ability to put forward an inquiry on a provincial agency is up to the province because the hospitals are run by the province. If there was an inquiry, it would have to be the province that does that. I suggest today, though, we can put a letter. I'm happy to pen a letter demanding that, asking for an inquiry into what happened here. There's also the provincial ombudsman and auditor general that you could forward this to. I suggest we forward what happened here to the provincial ombudsman and auditor general, because this is a senseless, avoidable tragedy. In terms of what we're doing to get additional healthcare capacity, as mayor, I've declared a public emergency twice, once during COVID and once in 2019. Councillor Harkirat Singh, now our deputy mayor, put forward a motion that we declare a healthcare emergency. And we did so to really spark conversation at Queen's Park. We hope that this would cause a question at question period, but why we didn't have a second hospital. And it caused a media firestorm. It caused the reaction we wanted. We began the petition, the largest petition in the city of Brampton's history, and we got it into the provincial budget that they committed to a hospital. That followed with it going to Treasury Board, and we finally got an allocation. Now they've allocation of $2.4 billion, largest healthcare investment in the city history. It went to an RFP, and the company that was awarded, Bird Construction, they did the ceremonial sod turning last year, and I'm told we're going to be in full construction sometime between July and September. This will have, this new hospital will have a full service emergency department. It will have up to 350 beds, funding initially for 250. It's going to have a section on youth mental health, seniors care, Alzheimer's, dementia, and so it will be a step forward. Our position to the province, though, was as much as we need a second hospital, we even need a third hospital. The province did tell us on numerous occasions they will not take a request for a third hospital until the second hospital is dealt with. And it's going to take years to build the second hospital. They won't even take we've got land confidentially that we've identified. They won't even have the conversation with us. The Minister of Health has been very clear. We're premature. We can't submit a submission on a third hospital yet. But we're going to continue to make this a focal point of our advocacy. I know we're at 100%. In 2019, we were at 100% capacity at our hospital. The inn is full every night. The bigger shock would be if I got a report that it wasn't at 100% capacity. 2 weeks ago, Councillor Santos gave a speech here where she was almost in tears about the experience of one of her loved ones. I get those phone calls tragically every day. And so we're going to continue to badger the province. We've met the requirement in Ontario is you have to do a 10% local share. You have to have all the permits approved. We've done everything. We've done our part. And so we're going to make sure that this construction is not delayed any further. The timetable's already been delayed. And I can tell you we are on it relentlessly to make sure there is no further delays when we get the second hospital built. And as soon as the second hospital is built, know that our number one ask of the province is going to be a third hospital. I'd also say this is compounded by failures in the system across the board. For example, federally, we don't get any funding for those who don't have health insurance. We have a massive operational deficit. I think it's north of 50 million at Osler because the people that come in, they take care of, are non-residents and have no health insurance. So they have to cut other programs to pay for that. That's a federal failure. Provincially, we're in gridlock because we have paramedics lined up, but they have carriage of a patient because there's not a healthcare worker. And so you go, I visit the hospital often, and I see the gridlock. Imagine seeing so many paramedic vehicles lined up and paramedics waiting with a patient. They want to go out and help people, and yet they're waiting there. And so that's a system failure at a provincial level. We have challenges with healthcare. And even though it's the number one budget item in the province, it does not nearly meet the demand and the requirements of a modern healthcare system. And so there are structural issues, and I think unfortunately we're going to see more tragedies until these are addressed. But count on us to be vocal and make this demand, and maybe an inquiry into this strategy may be the catalyst for the change required. So thank you for being here, and rest assured I will be fervent in our advocacy on this.
Thank you, Mayor Brown. Councillor Brock.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Thank you, Mayor Brown, for those comments and echoing a lot of the comments Mayor Brown has said. But it's really sad to see another case coming through. And I know there's many more that have not come to this council member. So first of all, condolence to the family of Priya Sharma, who has lost her life to sepsis, which is preventable. And again, we're here again here today again. And honestly, no family should ever have to go through this. I can see Mr. Kumar over there try to delegate. How could he even, say anything when this was something that could have been prevented? And seeing his 6-year-old daughter with his son here today, it is so sad that this can ever happen. And as a previous healthcare professional, I've seen how hard our healthcare professionals work, but there are certain gaps and barriers that we're facing. So just like Mayor Brown was saying, we did bring a motion in for sepsis. So the critical gaps in sepsis, whether it's a response for postpartum patients, but it clearly states that we need a transparent review of the hospital actions, clear communication of findings, and also meaningful corrective measures. I think for the family, they need to see what was done and what could have been done. And I think supporting the referral in the letter that Mayor Brown has said, I think, let us know what you need from us. But I know council members here today and Mayor Brown have been advocating for the second hospital and even the third hospital, because we know without health, you can't do anything. And we've seen that time after time. So always know we are here advocating for our healthcare system. But always know that the sepsis bundle, which is a mandate in the US but not as in Ontario, we have advocated for a sepsis bundle to be mandated in Ontario to see where we can help save lives. So thank you again for your advocacy. Thank you again for coming here, because this is important. We need to hear these stories, because how are we going to voice our concerns if people don't know? Thank you.
Can you also answer about the third point, MRI? Why Brampton does not have an MRI center?
So just if I could respond, those are allocations that are provincial decisions. The Ministry of Health, any allocation for any healthcare service is a provincial decision point. And so if you're asking why there's not MRIs outside the hospital, if there is the allocation of those dollars are set provincially.
Thank you very much, Mayor, and thank you, Mr. Chavan, and condolences to you, Mr. Kumar. We have a motion of receipts moved by myself and also requesting that Mayor Brown be requested to write correspondence in support of the delegation here today.
Sorry, Councillor, this is Jitendra. I think one question wasn't answered. Has there been any directive that Brampton and Bramptonites have to go to Brampton Civic only, cannot go to Georgetown, or cannot go to Credit Valley in Mississauga? Because that's what they're following.
There's never been a directive in the city of Brampton. We don't have domain over that, but I've never heard of a provincial directive to that extent. My understanding is that any Ontario resident can go to any Ontario hospital, and you have the legal right to. And the Canada Health Act actually guarantees healthcare access if you're a Canadian citizen in any province, where it changes if you're outside Canadian borders.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. So we have the motion as on the screen. All in favor? That carries. There are none opposed. For our next delegation, we're going to request that we skip to delegation 6.5.
No, we have
Mayor.
Don't we've been waiting a while.
We'll ask for the Don Don delegation to come down, please. We roll with it. Welcome.
We got people online too.
Please proceed. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Chair, Mayor, and the City Council. My name is Jeet Tulsi. I am Vice President of a running club called the Brampton Benders. And I'm standing here with my colleagues, Pam and Michelle, and we represent about 100 members or so. And we are planning our annual event, and it's called the Don Don Dash. Next slide, please. And so I'll tell you a little bit about the organization, a little bit about the impact of this organization, and then we have a few asks at the end of this. So the Don Don Dash started to be hosted by the Brampton Benders. It was named after one of our members and past employee of, I think, 30-odd years with the city of Brampton. And after he was diagnosed with ALS, we decided to plan this event in his honor. And so we have been doing this event for about 13 years or so. Next slide, please. Since 2017, so the Don Don Dash has grown significantly. We've donated over $26,000 to the ALS Foundation. We're going to be hosting it like every year. We're going to be hosting it again on September 13th. And Councillor Santos is smiling and nodding because she's taken part in that event along with Mayor Brown, Councillor Power, and of course, Councillor Singh has helped us out with promotions as well. The event, even though we're a running club, it's open to all ages, all people, with who are walking, running, etc. And so we want to make this inclusive of all Bramptonians. Next slide, please. The impact has been huge. I'm listening to some of the previous agenda items here, and it's parking and very I guess things that could make that could weigh heavily on you. Running makes everything better. And I would say that if you have an issue with parking or property or anything like that, go for a run or a walk, and you'll feel better right away. Our club promotes physical activity, which makes everything better again. It promotes the disease of ALS. It's volunteer-led, so all of our activities are, organized by our community volunteers. All of our money, our profits, go towards the ALS Foundation. Next slide, please. Key metrics, so we've grown 161%, so that's very significant. This is representative of significant volunteer time and commitment by us standing here and the rest of the organization, our community executive council, etc. And you can see the chart on the right-hand side that shows the growth. So, and we want to take this event to the next level. We've struggled with raising funds and securing sponsors, and with a community like a community organization like this, we struggle to raise $10,000 in sponsorships, and so we're trying to increase the awareness of this event so that we can get more registrants, which leads to more revenue as well as more sponsorship. So next slide, please. Very quickly, we reach, all different facets of the community. We are primarily Bramptonians. All of the funds are generated here and goes to the ALS, but it's really a community impacted to most Bramptonians. We have very, very high repeat participation. That shows the trust that our runners have in us. Next slide, please. And so what we're asking council today is to help us promote the event. And I'm happy to say that council has picked up that ball and started to run with it. They've asked us for some promotional information that we've already given. And then the second thing that we're asking for is that currently we're only allowed to book Professors Lake Recreation Center, which is where the race is hosted, 9 months in advance. And so that limits us in the time we can, secure sponsorship and start our planning activities. And we're asking, and I'm almost done here, we're asking the council to see if we can book the facility 1 year in advance. And thirdly, just to spread the word about this room is full here, so hoping to get more interest in the race and secure more sponsorships. So if you know anyone in your wards, in your network who would be willing to support a great initiative like this, we'd love to hear from you. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Jeet. I do have speakers. Councillor Santos.
Thank you so much. Through you, Mr. Chair, I always love participating in the Don Don Dash. I think last year we were short of somebody to lead the warm-up. And then I stepped in and just led the warm-up for everyone. That was a lot of fun. I'm happy to do that again. Right. Also happy to promote and share my social media. I think the Don Don Dash is very special, and more participants. I'd love to see more participants in the race as well. And I'm happy to refer your delegation to staff to take a look at that exception in terms of the 1 year booking in advance. And I know that commissioners just pointed something out. So maybe through you, Mr. Chair, maybe the commissioner wants to respond.
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, we've already waived that exception. It
Okay.
will be held on an annual basis, and I believe our rec team has spoken to the group, so
Great.
that will be on a go-forward basis.
It's already done. There you go. I don't need to refer it because it's already done. I like that. Anyway, I will see you on the 13th. Let me know if you need someone to do the warm-up.
Thank you, Councillor Santos. Mayor Brown.
Yeah, thank you, Chair Vicente. Just to say, obviously this run is dear to the city, and Pam, Don is a legend in our city. We want to honor him. A symbol of a selfless dedication to others. Most people, they have a diagnosis with ALS, they would shrink, not try to do something great and lasting during those difficult years. And so, because this is a long-time city staff member serving 37 years, You know, I still hear from sports clubs around the city that, you know, Don helped them on this or that. And so just whatever we can do, I'd like to, when we refer this, if I could refer it to community services and to communications, sort of like we do with the BVD half marathon. Let's make sure that communication assets in the city promote this, and whether there's a digital board that's not being used, we can use to get word out, help drive registration. I would note this weekend was also the ALS race to end, walk to end ALS. And it's actually an exciting time where there's a ton of research happening on neurological disorders. There's actually research and progress happening, and these type of events are the fuel that are going to get us to that goal of ending ALS. And so I love being there. I know Councillor Power is a passionate supporter of this race as well. And so looking to communications, maybe through corporate support services, let's see what additional tools we can do to help drive registration up and awareness. And so if that could be included in the referral.
Thank you very much, Mayor. And we have the referral on the screen, moved by Councillor Santos, also for receipts. All in favor? That carries. And members of the committee, we do have two more delegations. Are we clear to proceed?
Yes, thank you.
Okay, so we have delegation 6.5 from Amandeep Singh, the founder of Enable Talent, regarding the Brampton Next program, outcomes and growth of Enable Talent. Welcome, Amandeep.
Good afternoon, respected Mayor Brown, members of council and city staff. My name is Amandeep Singh, founder and CEO of Enable Talent. Today, I am pleased to share my journey as a participant of the Brampton Next program delivered through Beehive, which is part of the Brampton Innovation District. Enable Talent is a company building technology solutions at the intersection of accessibility, employment, education, and workforce inclusion. What started as an idea in Brampton last year has now grown into a company creating impact across Canada and internationally. Next slide, please. I moved to Brampton in February 2025 with an idea, and one of the primary reasons was to participate in the Brampton Next program. Through Beehive and the Brampton Innovation District, I had the opportunity to work with mentors, attend programming, refine our business model, and connect with founders, advisors, and ecosystem partners. Those months gave me the foundation to turn an idea into a company. More importantly, that gave me an access to community that genuinely supports entrepreneurs and innovation. Next slide, please.
Can I ask for quiet, please?
Since then, Enable Talent has launched the Workforce Inclusion Network, a AI-powered platform designed to connect people with disabilities with employers, government programmings, educational institutions, and community organizations. Today, our platform supports...
If I may just ask you just to pause, we want to ensure that we have quorum. Amandeep, please. Thank you.
Today, our platform supports inclusive hiring, talent development, accessibility planning, workforce analytics, and community management. What makes me especially proud is that a company started in Brampton is now creating opportunities far beyond our city. Next slide, please. Over the past year, we have expanded our work across Ontario and Canada, have begun building partnerships internationally. We were only Canadian company to be selected in UNICEF-supported programs with initiatives in Central and Western Africa, where we have our solution deployed in Ghana, Kenya, Nigeria, and Mali, with further ministry approval and discussions underway in Spain, Germany, France, Central Asia, Middle East, and the Caribbean. For a company that began through a startup program in Brampton, these opportunities have been incredibly meaningful. Next slide, please. Alongside this work, we have been fortunate to receive several recognition, including the City of Brampton Accessibility Recognition, Entrepreneur of the Year, and also being featured as Canada's top 3 future of work companies, and also being ranked as the top #1 diversity-focused companies in Canada. While awards are never the goal, they are a reminder that innovation and inclusion can go hand in hand. Next slide, please. I'm happy to share that we recently deployed this project in Sudbury where we had entire ecosystem in presence, and as a request and further discussion, we'll be happy to follow the same model in Brampton as well. Next slide, please. Next. As I conclude, I just want to emphasize one thing. Even as enabled talent continues to grow nationally and internationally, we proudly consider ourselves as a Brampton-rooted company. No matter where our work takes us, Brampton will remain part of our identity and our home base. And I would like to sincerely thank to the teams at Beehive, Invest Brampton team, Brampton Entrepreneur Center, and the Brampton Venture Zone team, and the other members of Brampton Innovation District. Building this company wouldn't have been possible without their support. There is a saying that great cities are not measured by the companies they attract, but by the companies they help create. Brampton helped create enable talent. From Brampton Next to Global Next, thank you, Brampton, for being part of this journey. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Enable Talent is a true Brampton story that came in as through our innovation ecosystem. They started out at Beehive and then gone through. But the work that they've done throughout, and as the council rep on the Accessibility Committee, I've had the fortune of working alongside Amandeep as well as Jebby. Probably Jebby a little bit more than Amandeep just because I've known Jebby for 20 years. But these guys should be highly commended for what they not only do here in Brampton, but also globally. And what a lot of people don't know is they've recently launched a communication app across Canada for free. And it's primarily in the autism world. And they went and they developed this app where others struggle to afford other apps that are out there. Amandeep and Enable Talent have built this app and now release it anywhere in Canada for any user for free. So their community involvement, their give back, not only their startup potential is truly commendable, and I applaud you. And I'm proud to see what you've done and can't wait to see where you go from here.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Councillor. I see no further questions. So I would like to ask for a motion to receive the delegation. All in favor? And that carries. And so, members, we have one delegation, 6.4, from Madam Clerk. Do you want the presentation beforehand?
We do.
We do. Let's do the presentation.
Thank you.
Welcome.
Thank you, Councillor Rosente and Chair. Good afternoon, Mayor and members of Council. Joining me today to give a little bit of a report on our Brampton Next in terms of an update is my colleague Zabir Partel, who represents the Beehive. The Brampton Next is a pilot initiative designed to support newcomer entrepreneurs and accelerate business formation in our city. Our city of Brampton attracts talented newcomers from around the world, and many arrive with extensive professional experience, strong entrepreneurial ambitions, and initiatives for business ideas. However, despite their potential, they often face barriers when trying to establish and scale businesses in Canada. These barriers can include limited access to networks, mentorship, financing, market knowledge, and settlement supports. Brampton Next was developed to address these gaps and to create a structured pathway that helps newcomers, entrepreneurs transition from potential to economic contribution. The program aligns directly with Council's priorities around economic growth, innovation, inclusion, talent attraction, and business development. Next slide, please. What distinguishes the Brampton Next from traditional entrepreneurship programs was its integrated support model. The pilot combined 5 elements. First, a high-touch mentorship provided founders with direct access to experienced business leaders and entrepreneurs. 2, Second, settlement and family support address challenges that often impact founders' ability to focus on business growth. The third was the ecosystem and access to connected participants to Brampton's innovation and business network. The fourth was experience operators sharing practical guidance based on real-world entrepreneurship experience. And finally, localized business connections helped founders establish relationships with Brampton's ecosystem. Together, these components created a founder-centered model that addressed both businesses and personal barriers to success. Next slide, please. So a little bit about the outcomes. The results of the pilots demonstrated the value of intentional support for entrepreneurial talent. Through Brampton Next, we supported 121 newcomer entrepreneurs. More than 400 hours of one-to-one business mentorships were delivered. Participants received 200 hours of individual settlement support. The program also assisted 140 family members, recognizing that successful settlement contributes directly to successful entrepreneurship. Most importantly, these founders established 77 businesses and created 95 jobs here in Brampton. These are tangible outcomes that contributed to economic growth, local employment, and increased business activity across our community. The pilot also reinforced Brampton's position as a city that welcomes and supports entrepreneurial talent from around the world. Next slide, please. The impact of the program is perhaps best demonstrated through the successful participants and founders. Next slide. De Castro, an Italian family bakery entering the Canadian market, successfully expanded and now operates 2 locations, employs 25 people, and generates approximately $1.3 million in annual revenue. Trips, an African mobility technology company entering North America, established its headquarters here in Brampton and has secured a project value of approximately $500,000. And you just heard from one of our special members in Enable Talent. This technology platform focused on accessibility and workforce inclusion, overcame early communication and scaling challenges, and has now grown to over 20,000 users while building international partnerships. These are the examples illustrate the diversity of the business support through the program and demonstrated how strategic intervention can help transform entrepreneurial potential into measurable economic impact. Next slide, please. As we reflect on the pilot, several important observations have emerged. First, global entrepreneurial talent will choose Brampton when intentional support systems are in place. Secondly, early-stage intervention accelerates business formation and economic participation. Third, strong innovation ecosystems require more than just a program alone. They require infrastructure, networks, mentorship, and community support. And finally, sustainable investment and founder development can continue to build long-term regional innovation capacity and economic resilience. Looking ahead, there are several opportunities for future focus, including scaling founder recruitment, strengthening alumni engagement, developing sector-specific streams, and expanding partnerships which employs academic institutions and commercialization of organizations. Next slide. Is that it? Okay, fine. I just want to, a bit of a closing remarks, because I know everybody wants to go for lunch. Brampton Next has demonstrated when we're intentional about our support in terms of entrepreneurial talent, we create opportunities not only for individual founders, but for the broader community. The pilot has generated new businesses, new jobs, new economic activity, while strengthening Brampton's reputation as a destination in innovation and entrepreneurship. I'd like to thank our partners, our mentors, and our participants whose contributions made this pilot successful. Thank you, Mayor and Council.
Thank you very much, Erica. I don't see any questions, so I have a motion of receipt from Councillor Brar. All in favor? That carries. And next, members of committee, we will move to Delegation 6.4 from Zayed Etlib, the Senior Director of the Brampton Venture Zone by TMU regarding the Brampton Venture Zone 2026 updates. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Mayor, Chair, members of council. I'm Zaid Etlib, Senior Director of Brampton Venture Zone. I want to provide you an update for 2026. Next slide, please. So Brampton Venture Zone is a purpose-driven, non-equity incubator helping tech startups grow and thrive in Brampton. So what does that mean for entrepreneurs? We provide validation and credibility, partnerships and funding opportunities, expertise and mentorship across a range of important topics, support and community by making them part of the Brampton Venture Zone and part of the TMU Zone Learning, as well as the Brampton Innovation District. Next slide, please. The agenda for today is I wanted to give you a brief overview of the programming we've done, as well as the community engagement that we have planned. Next slide. So we're very proud to run the Innovator Program for 2026, which is a focus on Brampton residents around supporting aspiring entrepreneurs get into entrepreneurship. So if you have somebody who has an idea around agentic AI, around kind of non-sector agnostic solutions, we kind of provide them the mentorship, the guidance, so they can take their idea into a formalized concept and grow into a company. And we're very proud to say that we have 95% Brampton resident representation in the program. Next slide. We have our flagship program, which is the launch program, where we're focusing on digital health. The idea being we want to capitalize on the TMU assets that we have through the School of Medicine, as well as kind of the city's mandate around improving healthcare. And so we have 10 startups. We had 115 applicants, so a 47% increase from last year. And we're awarding about $90,000. Next slide. I wanted to highlight a few of the companies that we have in our cohort. We have Oakwood Biology, which is founded by a TMU medical school student developing a surgical device. We have Diextra, which is founded by a Brampton practicing endocrinologist, developing a tool to support his patients around diet management. And we have LBX Bio, a group of Brampton residents in biotech, developing a low-cost point-of-care liquid biopsy platform to speed up the detection of cancer. Next slide. So some of the additional partners that we have. Next slide. So we've been fortunate to have a great group of partners around the Brampton Venture Zone, within Brampton, within TMU, and the broader ecosystem to support our startups and the community itself. Next slide. So just to highlight some of our alumni, so throughout the program, 6 years of Brampton Venture Zone has been around. We've supported over 130 companies. Mammon Biomedical, our Brampton residents, developing a needle-free fertility drug delivery tool. Transify has done great work with the city of Brampton. Tenomics has gone off to raise a significant amount of capital and really develop their technology across North America. Next slide. So in regards to events, for 2026, we've already hosted 20 events through the Brampton Venture Zone, supported 11 ecosystem events. We've had 1,400 Brampton residents attend these events. We've had immense amount of digital impact, with almost over 300,000 people kind of interact with the content generated out of the Brampton Venture Zone. And so we're very proud of that. Next slide. And so just to highlight some of the events that we do, we're focusing on a Woman Who Builds series to help mentorship for women entrepreneurs. We do a Brampton Tech Talk series with the Brampton Library. We do Bramp Up events where we bring industry experts to kind of showcase various elements of knowledge like IP, cybersecurity to residents so they can get immersed. And we support a number of ecosystem events as well. Next slide. So we wanted to highlight that September 10th, we have our flagship event, the Brampton Venture Expo, where we're going to be showcasing panels around health tech, cybersecurity, defense, robotics, and investment. Next slide. And so we're anticipating this year, we'll have 1,500 attendees. We're going to have 4 great panels. We're going to be doing a pitch competition for over $70K in prizes, so we're very excited about that. We'll have a startup zone to showcase the various innovations in Brampton, and we're going to have an innovation zone where we're going to have a number of workshops. So last year, we had 1,300 people attend, and we had over 400,000 interactions with the content generated out of that conference. Next slide. And so our request to City Council, and I believe to residents, is their attendance at this event. It's free of charge, and so we'd be very excited for everybody to come out. And to complete, I'd like to thank council for being leaders in innovation and really making Brampton a place for entrepreneurs to thrive, and economic development for being such an immense support to us and really opening the door for entrepreneurs in Brampton. So thank you.
Thank you very much, Zaid, and our thanks to you and to your Brampton Venture Zone for all of the tremendous work that you're doing, an impressive sequence of work that you've been responsible for, and we thank you for enhancing Brampton. Now, I do have a motion moved by Mayor Brown to receive your delegation. All in favor? That carries. And members of committee, we now have an added delegation from Sylvia Roberts in regards to item 12.2.5, procurement bylaw. Sylvia, are you there?
Good morning, City Council. My name is Sylvia Roberts. I'm a resident of Ward 3. This new purchasing bylaw has several major changes that will reduce transparency to the public. I recognize that it talks about how for council in moving from a quarterly report to every half a year will make it easier for staff, and I recognize that. And it also talks about how if we move to not include renewals, this is fine for council because it's about the newer contracts and stuff. So part of the issue is because Brampton is actually quite heavy on renewals in its contracts, sometimes renewals can be a majority of the length of the contract, of the potential contract, and frequently they're taken, that using not including the renewals is no longer necessary in the report. And when combined with the move to every half a year, for a public perspective, this can significantly reduce transparency. I would suggest that council seriously reconsider this section of the purchasing bylaw. I don't think staff meant anything towards, but when you combine these factors and how Brampton does not seem to be typical in how much it heavily favors contract renewals, I think there are some legitimate concerns about this that the city may want to reconsider and understand how it affects transparency. Thank you. That's my delegation.
Thank you very much to Sylvia, even in a recording form. Thank you for your advocacy always. I have a motion moved by Councillor Barr to receive the delegation. All in favor? That carries. And members of committee, at the request of the mayor, who may need to go to another duty, I'm going to skip ahead to item 9.3.1, discussion item at the request of Mayor Brown, tribute to Officer Taryn Bali. Mayor Brown.
Thank you, Chair Vasante. Hoping the council can adopt this motion unanimously. We had a hero on life lose his life while serving to protect us. Constable Taryn Bali had signed up for a backfill in Northern Ontario, grew up dreaming of being a police officer, and during that extra work that he signed up for, lost his life protecting the public. And I think it would be appropriate, just like they're doing in the city of Mississauga, to name a park in his honor. I've spoken to the family and to the police, and they thought this was a beautiful way to remember his legacy forever, and that the motion reads that park staff meet with the family, find an appropriate location. I believe they're meeting Friday if this motion is passed, and then it'll come back to council. I actually want to add a third item in here, and that would be 1, 2, and 3. Councillor Power came into my office this morning with I thought another beautiful suggestion, and that is that we name a citizenship award for an officer each year in the name of Taryn Bali. Here's a person who is a son of Brampton, grew up in Brampton, loved the city. I was at the visitation yesterday, and I spoke to his wife, and she said he told her he never wanted to move out of Brampton. He loved Brampton. this is they're two families that just, they live, breathe our city. And it's just, this is an example of one of the, just a great guy, an extraordinary individual. And so it's tough to accept this news. It's tough to process this news. And I can't imagine, 2 police officers lost in a week protecting the public. And his father, a shock. I know well. I know Councillor Brar and Councillor Peleschi. Know him. I believe the deputy mayor knows the wife's family. It's just, this is a big city, but we're connected. It's a big city, but we're, just when there's pain like this, we feel it. And so hope that we can unanimously pass this motion. And just to say, as I said to the father, we will never forget your son. This city will never forget your son.
Thank you very much, Mayor Brown. So we have the motion on the screen. I'd like to request a recorded vote. Do we have a speaker? Yes. Go ahead, Mr. Tim.
Just through the chair, just hearing the mayor's comments, did we want to clarify that the award is for an officer? Did I hear you say correctly?
Yes, one officer, sure.
Okay.
Is the direction clear? Thank you. I'll ask the clerk to administer the vote.
Through Chair Vicente, for the motion on screen. All those in favor, please rise. I see Councillor Power, Deputy Mayor Singh, Chair Vicente, Councillor Keenan, Mayor Brown, Councillor Brar, Councillor Santos, and online, Councillor Fortini. How do you vote?
In favor.
And Councillor Peleschi, how do you vote?
In favor.
And Councillor Tour, how do you vote?
In favor.
That is unanimous.
That is unanimous. Thank you very much. And so that addresses item 9.3.1. And I see also staff in the room here to help us address the added discussion item 9.3.2 with regards to the Santa Claus Parade. We received, all of us, correspondence from the Santa Claus Parade Committee, a request to provide space for their costume team in our 8 Nelson building. And I believe that there have been conversations between the Santa Claus Parade and staff, if staff perhaps could just give us a quick rundown of what is possible here.
Through the chair to Councillor Vicente. So based on the request that we've received from the Santa Claus Parade, they are looking for approximately 1,000 square feet space for storage purposes at the location. Given the ask is for a nominal rate agreement, so we needed the direction from council in order to proceed, but staff can take it back and work with the group and proceed further.
Thank you, and I believe the discussions were in regards to that they pay for the operational costs. Is that correct?
Yes, that is correct.
And so I would ask committee if we would consider a motion to provide for that agreement to be signed by staff with the Santa Claus Parade paying for the operational cost to use the space at 8 Nelson. Looking for speakers. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Love the Santa Claus Parade. But the building itself has issues with the elevator and some other issues. And I know that when we did this for BOW, it was on an as-is basis. So I before, like, I want to set the expectations before we agree to anything, that the elevator is breaking down, that et cetera, in the same way that we have informed BOW as well. Over to Raj to confirm. Because if it's used for storage, the elevator is going to be necessary.
Through the chair to Councillor Santos, absolutely. We have already reached out to Public Works and Engineering to align on that requirement, and then only we would proceed. And again, it would be only a year-to-year agreement. So should there be any concerns, we can definitely work on terms similar that we have above.
Great, because I don't think we're fixing the elevator anytime soon. So just want to make sure folks know that. Okay.
Thank you, Councillor. Councillor Power.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Do we know what the operational costs are? Like, are we talking massive amounts for an empty building or an empty floor? No? No. Okay. And the elevator, do you need the elevator? Perfect.
Thank you. Any other speakers? I see none, so I'll move the motion and also for receipts of the correspondence that was added earlier in the meeting. All in favor, any opposed? That carries. And so committee, with that, we have reached the hour of approximately 1:30. Perhaps it would be advisable for us to have a break for all, unless there is any opposition to that idea. Yes. Speakers? Mayor Brown.
Yeah, I don't believe there's anyone else waiting here today for an item on the public agenda. We're mindful of everyone's time. I do see a large group who's here for Gave. And we love Gave, but that is an in-camera item. And so I just hope there's an understanding that I don't want you to waste your time. An in-camera item is not, there's no public role there. And maybe you just speak to the city solicitor so there's understanding of what we're allowed to discuss in public and what we're allowed to discuss in camera. My preference is we discuss everything we can in public, but I think there's some rules under the Municipal Act for this. And so when we have this many seniors waiting hours and hours, I just want to make sure you understand what the rules are. Well, I think the city solicitor will respond to that.
Yes, through you, Mr. Chair, to the mayor. Yes, indeed, this is a matter that is appropriate for in camera. I understand the idea, the need for transparency, given the delegation. And we are very supportive, obviously, of Gave. I don't mind if they want to make a request, the guideline would be that the terms of the lease remain confidential. But I think that's a very tricky thing to do. So in general, this would be more appropriate to be in camera, and absolutely we need to make sure we have a completed package. So it should remain in camera at this time.
Okay, that's understanding. If I could just say to those who have waited, maybe this might take a few more hours, and so I'm sensitive of your time. But I did walk into the meeting that Councillor Keenan and Councillor Medeiros were in, where they met you, and I think they solved all the problems except for one or two that are beyond our scope. You've got great advocates in Councillor Keenan and Medeiros, and hopefully we can solve 70% of it. But if you want to stay and hear the results afterwards, you're welcome to, but it could be a few hours, okay?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. So I will ask that we recess until 2 p.m. Thank you. Moved by Councillor Santos. Carried. All in Members of committee, we will now resume our committee of council. Our next item is item 7.1, government relation matters. I held this in order for us to ask staff to provide us with a brief summary of an upcoming events being held by our friends at Metrolinx. They will be conducting their public information center for the transit and rail project assessment process. This is actually quite a historic pick that is taking place here at City Hall on Wednesday, June the 24th, from 6 to 8 p.m. in the Brampton City Hall atrium. This pick and the transit rail project assessment process will finally allow for a full study along the Kitchener line from Bramalea GO to the Georgetown GO, and enables all-day two-way GO implementation with increased frequencies. And so I thought it would be important for us here to be aware, but also for members of the public to be aware of this opportunity. And so I would ask staff if they can provide us with a brief summary.
Through the chair, thank you, Councillor Vicente. I have Doug Rieger on the line that can give us an overview. We will be attending, of course, because it's a very important event, and we want to make sure that we hear feedback from the public. But I'll turn it over to Doug to see if he can just give you a brief overview, as well as if you have any questions.
Doug, are you there?
Doug, are you able to hear us?
There he is.
Yes, I am. Sorry, I was unable to mute there for a moment. Thanks very much. Yes, Councillor. As you said, Metrolinx is developing plans to expand the rail corridor between basically Bramalea Station and Georgetown. And they're going to need this expansion in order to increase that GO train frequency and ultimately deliver, true two-way all-day GO train service through downtown Brampton. And these public information centers are an integral part of the process that will eventually lead to that level of service. So this is just the start of it. We understand that there are going to be running a number of TRPAPS processes in order to deliver this. And this will be the first one. And it'll be important for the public to attend these public information centers to ensure that their voices are heard as Metrolinx advances this work. And as Heidi mentioned, staff will be attending both of the PICs, both in Brampton and in Georgetown, in order to make sure that we're there to support them through this process as well.
Thank you very much, Doug, and to all transit staff. I want to thank you for the work that you've been doing, particularly on this file, not just this term, not just the previous term, but for terms before that, because this has been really the holy grail that we have been searching for with respect to transit service along the GO line. And thanks to members of council for your advocacy at the province to enable this study to now be taking place, and for this opportunity for the public to engage, to take part. And so just a reminder that Metrolinx will be holding their public information center to advance their transit and rail project assessment process. It'll be happening on Wednesday, June the 24th from 6 to 8 p.m. here at Brampton City Hall in the atrium. Be there. And I don't know if any members have any further questions with respect to the government relations matter. If not, I have a motion moved by Councillor Power to receive the report from staff. All in favor? And that carries. And so with that, we now move forward to item 8.2.3, held by Councillor Pellecci, staff report on the budget amendment and request to begin procurement for Brampton City Hall elevators and replacement here in Ward 1. It's actually Ward 3.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. In speaking to the elevator replacement in Ward 3. Yes. I see some of the issues that have been identified in the report, I can't pull up the report for some reason, but IT is another issue. Can I just get an understanding as to why is it the whole replacement of the elevator? And if it's life cycle, then it is. Obviously, we don't want anybody stuck in an elevator, and there was 2 occurrences. Who am I speaking to? I'm sorry. Public Works? Yeah, okay. Sorry, Peter. If that's what the issue is, and it is a replacement of the elevator, and it's just one elevator, as opposed to what I, in particular, a member of council, have been advocating for, was the new reader, new buttons. Can you kind of walk me through why the whole replacement as opposed to just like a mechanism fix or fixing whatever is needing to be fixed?
Absolutely, through the chair to Councillor Peleschi. So as you've noted, the elevators, we have been experiencing ongoing delays and issues. So Security Services has taken several steps along with our facilities team, including replacing the card readers, interface boards, power supplies, and applying software and firmware updates. Despite these efforts, the issue hasn't been fully resolved, and the investigations completed so far suggest that the delay is due to the interaction between aging elevator control technology and newer access control systems. So all 3 of those elevators were put in place in 1988, so approximately 38 years ago. And as such, the components, the electrical and such, need to be replaced. We're not going to be replacing the cab or the box of the elevator or the rails, but the rest of the elevators are going to be replaced.
So as in rails, braking system, pulleys, what if it's a pulley system, and then all the, like the hardware piece of it?
Correct.
Okay. And it's only one elevator?
Through the chair to Councilor Peleschi, it's all 3.
It is all 3?
Yes.
So, not to prolong anything, the way that the building was built was for eventually those elevators to go down to the basement or to garage if we did an extension of that building. And does that come into any play in speaking with the builder of this building originally? He said the way it was constructed was for future expansion that mainly involved the elevator system, around the elevator system, to be able to, where those elevators were, it could service both the expansion and the non-expansion, or the existing. Is there an opportunity for us to then look at having those elevators more of a full service, or even adding onto elevators?
Through the chair, perhaps I'll ask our Director of Building Design and Construction to provide a little bit more detail on that. We will be hiring a design builder as part of this procurement process. So certainly if that hasn't been considered, we'll have them evaluate those options.
While the individual's coming up, you said that the card readers had been replaced? Because I've seen card readers replaced in other areas of the building, and it's a piece, it's a box that is mounted over top of the old reader, when these elevators don't have that. Did we actually go internal and behind the readers, and we replaced that? Jason?
That's correct, Councillor. We've replaced all the software plus the hardware behind the card reader. And as Peter had mentioned, the compatibility with the existing technology or the new technology and the age of the elevators are not compatible.
Okay. And I'm not an elevator repair anything, but I did have the opportunity to have a chat with somebody that was, and explain to him what the issues were, and how he explained to me the fix was nowhere near what we're looking at doing. So No, I'm not gonna bring him in, that's sole sourcing. I don't want anything to do with that. You have somebody else coming up about the,
Through the chair to Councilor Pelletier, just to,
and if you don't know, sorry, Peter, if you don't know about, like, the history of the building and call John Cuccizola, phone him, ask him what he was talking about, and maybe, I'm not telling you to do something, I'm asking you, I'm sorry the way that came off. Can you phone him and ask him, to see what he was referring to about if we were to extend the building and how how he built the existing building with the elevators? Can we do that? And then just come back? Perfect. Good? Okay. So I'm not gonna stop this report, let it go. It'll go to the minutes of council next week where I'll pull it. If I can just put a note on pulling that and, or separating it, and then, hopefully you have answers to my questions by then. Thanks. Thank you.
Thank you,
That was a
Councillor
big
Pelletier.
mistake.
Seeing no further speakers, I have a motion moved by Councillor Pelletier to receive the report. All in favor? That carries. And next, we're going to item 8.2.5, held by Councillor Keenan. Staff report request to begin procurement and budget amendment for Howden Recreation Center and Library. Councillor Keenan, do you still have questions?
No, I'd like to just move the report. I got my questions answered offline. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we have a motion moved by Councillor Keenan, or if we could ask Councillor Power to move the report. Councillor Pelletier has questions. Yes, sir.
Sorry, I wasn't awarded the opportunity to have that discussion. I'm not sure. Going through the report, I see that the more money being allocated, but I thought that Howden was taken care of through previous. I'm not sure why the added dollar amounts.
We can ask staff to clarify.
through the chair, what this report essentially does is it's advancing a previously approved $30 million from 2027. That was from the library portion. It's advancing it into 2026 because the current design of the building is it's an integrated building. So both the recreation center and the library are going to be built under one tender.
Seems to be what is the overall cost of all construction that is going into Howden?
Through the chair, $80.4 million is the project authority for this.
80.4. So there isn't an 18 on top of that was previously spent and previously budgeted for, and there isn't an additional 40?
No, the 80 million covers the entire project budget.
The 80.4 is total. We're borrowing 40 of the 80?
Correct.
Okay. No, we're not. Mark?
Sorry, through the chair. Thank you, Councillor Pleshy. We're asking for the authority to potentially borrow. The plan was we had $30 million in 2027. We're advocating to the levels of government. We also have some tax money that we have earmarked to come in 2027, so we're waiting for that, but the project's ready to go. So we want to get the project moving. We think all those things are going to happen, like the tax money will come in. We're still advocating even through this DCRP to put this project on. So that funding we believe is coming. If for some reason this doesn't happen, the funds don't come, at that point we'll come back to council and we'll have to recommend borrowing.
Okay, so you do state that in borrowing, council approve a borrowing strategy. Does that need to be changed to say that you need to come back? Or is it, I don't see it.
We do need to come back.
You will come back.
We're actually not changing the funding source to borrowing.
Okay,
We're
if you
just,
don't get it, you're coming back.
we are coming, we have
Okay.
to come back, yes.
There's the 10 and the 9 that, sorry, what did you refer to about what's in 2027?
2027 was $30 million. 20 million was federal provincial and 10 million was our funding. And so we're moving that forward here.
But you don't have a budget for 2027.
Correct. That's why we have the borrowing as the backstop if something
That's what
doesn't-
you're borrowing, okay, now I understand. Thank you very much for coming.
Well, thank
Those
you
were
very
questions.
much,
Thank you.
Councillor Pelletier, for your questions. Very good. I will ask Councillor Power to move the report. All in favor? And that carries. Madam Clerk, do we have any questions from members of the public for any of the sections so far today?
We do have questions about the bylaw enforcement. Would you like to ask that at the general question time?
Yes.
At 14?
Okay, and so with that, that now takes us to the end, and we now move into closed session.
Where's my ad?
8.3.3, asked for by Councillor Pleshy. My apologies, Councillor.
That's okay. Thank you, Mr. It's been a heck of a day, that's for sure. We've lost some members on the way, I see. Members of committee, I'm going to put a motion, and I'm just letting you know that this motion is coming next council meeting, and I really want staff to have a look at it. It's because of the fluctuation of fuel prices. I want to try and see if we can protect ourselves in some way with the uncertainties of the future. It was clear that when the federal government removed the provincial road or federal excise tax and the province removed the provincial road tax, that did absolutely nothing for fuel pricing because it literally went down and then shot up before the end of the week to record highs. I think we need to work with, Metrolinx is undertaking an indexing for fuel and fuel consumption. So I'd like to see if we can I just wanted to put it on the floor for next week, get it in staff's hands. It's ultimately asking staff to do some work on it before it comes back. But if you have any suggestions on if you want to make changes to the motion, please let me know. And then I'll put that on the floor next week. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you very much, Councillor. Councillor Power.
Sorry, through you, Mr. Chair. Do we have a motion?
Yes, that's what we're.
It's right in front of me, clearly? No.
Do we need to display the motion at this time, Madam Clerk?
Through you, Chair, this will be a notice of motion on our council agenda, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, it'll be printed in full on the council agenda. I think this was just a bit of a heads up that it's coming.
And thank you for that, Councillor Pleshy. Councillor Santos.
Thank you, through you, Mr. Chair. Happy to support this and looking forward to the notice of motion coming forward. But I think we asked this question before about the impact of the increase to fuel prices on the city of Brampton. We received a briefing note, I believe, from staff in that regard already. Had a discussion about the impact on transit as well as the remaining fleet across the city. So I don't know if there's already information there that we can use, but happy to, I guess, see the notice of motion next week when it shows up.
Thank you very much, Councillor Santos. So with that, I'll ask for councillor question period for Public Works. Are there any questions? Seeing none. Madam Clerk, do we have questions from members of the public?
No public questions at this time.
Thank you. And that moves us through Community Services section. Are there any questions from council? No? Are there any questions from members of the public with regards to Community Services?
Your Chair, not at this time.
Thank you. And now we go through Legislative Services. All items were dealt with. Are there any questions from members of council? Seeing none, are there any questions, Madam Clerk, from members of the public?
Your Chair, not at this time.
And that brings us to Economic Development. Are there any questions from council? Seeing none, are there any questions from members of the public, Madam Clerk?
Through your Chair, not at this time.
Thank you. And so then we go to Corporate Services section. All items were dealt with. Do we have any members asking questions? Seeing none, are there any questions from members of the public, Madam Chair?
Through your Chair, no questions at this time.
Thank you. And so that brings us to public question period. Madam Clerk, do we have questions from members of the public for any item discussed on today's committee?
Through you, Chair, we've received the following question by email from Edsel Rafanan. If parking infractions more often occur on residences that have rental units and the landlords take in tenants with cars which they don't have sufficient parking space for.
And sorry, what is the precise question? We understand the situation. We see it all the time.
I believe he's asking, is this the cause of the parking problem, that landlords take in tenants without appropriate parking spaces?
I will ask our Commissioner of Legislative Services to provide some insight.
Through you, Mr. Chair, yes, that is one of the contributing factors.
Very good. So thank you. And so with that, we now have completed our public question period. And so our next item of business is closed session. I will ask the clerk to outline the items to be dealt with in closed session.
Through you, Chair. Our items for closed session include 15.1, project update, Chris Gibson Recreation Center addition and renovation, with open meeting exception under Section 239(2)A, E, and I of the Municipal Act. 15.3, projects update, Center for Innovation, Heritage Theatre and City Lands, wards 1 and 3, open meeting exception under Section 239(2)K of the Municipal Act. 15.4, Brampton Transit Update, open meeting exception under Section 239(2)K of the Municipal Act. 15.6, Project Update and Funding Request, Ward 4, pursuant to open meeting exception under Section 239(2)K of the Municipal Act. And added item 15.8, Golden Age Village for elderly, long-term lease for affordable housing, pursuant to Section 239(2)C of the Municipal Act. And the last added item, 15.9, a matter regarding an identifiable individual pursuant to Section 239(2)E of the Municipal Act.
And thank you, Madam Clerk. And so to deal with those items, I have a motion moved by Councillor Tour to move into closed session to deal with these items. All in favor? That carries. We will recess now and go into closed session at 2:36. Members of committee? In the continuing interest of transparency and open government, I will ask the clerk to report out outcomes from today's closed session business. Madam Clerk.
Through you, Chair Vicente. Item 15.1 was considered and direction was given. Item 15.2 was approved on consent and not considered in closed session. The directions therein are deemed given, including that the following motion arise and be considered in open session. That the Commissioner, Community Services, be authorized to execute on behalf of the Corporation of the City of Brampton an assignment and assumption of lease agreement with Premier Rackets Club Corp. As a signer and Premier Racket Clubs Brampton Corp. As a signee for the operations of the Rosalie Tennis Facility on terms and conditions acceptable to the CAO and in a form acceptable to the city solicitor or designate.
Thank you. May I have a mover for the motion? Moved by Councillor Keenan. Any questions? All in favor? That carries.
And further, Chair, the 15.3 was considered and direction was given. 15.4 was approved on consent. It wasn't considered in closed session. The directions therein are deemed given, including that the following motion arise and be considered in open session, that staff be authorized to begin procurement to retain a consultant as an owner's advisor with expertise in engineering, construction, and contract administration in accordance with the purchasing bylaw, and that council approve the establishment of a new capital project in the amount of $5,400,000 to support transit electrification project implementation costs, with funding to be transferred from reserve number 119, transit levy.
Moved by Deputy Mayor Singh. Any comments, questions? All in favor? That carries.
Further, Chair, item 15.5 was also approved on consent and was not considered in closed session. The directions therein are deemed given, including the following motion arise and be considered in open session, that the agreement of purchase between the city and 1580160 Ontario Limited, dated June 6, 2026, for the acquisition of the property interests therein described be approved and ratified by council, and that the Commissioner, Public Works and Engineering be delegated authority to execute on behalf of the city any agreements or other documents necessary for the completion of the property acquisition pursuant to the city's agreement with 1580160 Ontario Limited, dated June 6, 2026, on terms acceptable to the Senior Manager, Realty Services, in a form acceptable to the city solicitor.
This is moved by Councillor Tour. Any comments or questions? Seeing none, all in favor? That carries.
And further, Chair, just finally, item 15.7 had been withdrawn. It was not considered. Items 15.6, 15.8, and 15.9 were all considered in closed session, and direction was given for each item.
Thank you very much, Madam Clerk. Seeing nothing further on our agenda, Councillor Power.
Can we?
So, Madam Clerk, we're having a discussion here with regards to one of the items.
Through Mr. Chair, yes, I'll inform Gabe that their ask has been addressed by council, and we have clear direction with respect to same.
Thank you very much, Mr. Ross. So with that, that finishes today's business. Committee is next scheduled to meet on Wednesday, September the 16th, 2026 at 9:30 a.m. I have a motion moved by Councillor Power to adjourn.
Mr. Chair.
Councillor Palashi, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. Mr. Chair, given the fact that we have referred items that were on the agenda here today, is it safe to say that we have a commitment of a July council meeting? And I guess you need 6 members to make that, to commit to that. So I'm happy to have a vote here today if that's what we want.
Councillor Power? Well, we're happy to proceed with that meeting. I believe that was the discussion we had. July 8th.
What would the clerks like?
Ask the clerk to clarify with respect to the July 8th meeting of council.
Through you, Chair, it is a tentative meeting, and council is able to confirm that it is the next city council meeting. Yes, through a motion.
Okay, happy to put that motion forward. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So we have a motion that the July 8th meeting of council proceed. Any questions? All in favor? That carries. And so with that, I have a motion moved by Councillor Power to adjourn today's meeting. All in favor? That carries. Thank you very much.